Okay, hello everyone. Welcome back to another Modern Horizons 2 deck video. Today is Saturday. We are streaming the Modern Challenge today. There's a lot of people that want to play Modern right now. So this is a relatively large Modern Challenge. We're currently at 135 players with about 4 minutes to start. The deck that I've chosen for this particular event is the deck that I built a few days ago. We're referring to it as Jeskai MONKEBLADE. I've been pretty impressed with this deck so far, so looking forward to getting some good games with it. Couple minor changes that we made to the sideboard. Actually, I wanted to swap one of these subtleties for another card. I think I was debating on wear and tear, but I think I have too many cards for that matchup as it is. Anyways, the sideboard is composed of a lot of just tools for different matchups. The Rest in Pieces and Stony Silences are specifically 2-mana enchantment answers to the decks that are centric either around graveyards or artifacts. There's a lot of affinity running around. There's a lot of the Hammer Time deck, or well, I say a lot. There's a little bit of the Hammer Time deck running around, so you kind of get a little bit of overlap for Stony Silence there. Mostly this is for the affinity deck. Their lands are artifacts, so usually the one card that you really can't beat with Stony Silence is Urza's Saga. But if you can land a Stony Silence early enough, their lands don't do anything. So the Urza Saga doesn't do anything either. So I probably would have liked to have had a third one of those in our sideboard, but we're just playing 2 today. So it's not a huge deal. We still have ways to draw into it with Archmage's Charm, Cryptic Command, and Jace the Mind Sculptor. I did opt to swap 1 Path to Exile in the main for 1 Teferi Time Raveler. I think that Teferi's in like a sweet spot right now where he's actually just like pretty good on his own. The bounce effect is not always like the greatest in Modern, but Teferi being a counter to the Crashing Footfalls deck in the main deck is awesome. It's also just a way to answer a construct token pretty cleanly. So I think I like that a lot about this card right now. So just going to play 1 in the main deck over the 1 Path to Exile that we had in there previously. And this does mean that we are down to 7 1-mana removal spells instead of the previously 8. In Prismatic Ending, I do consider a 1-mana removal spell because you can technically use it against 1-mana creatures on 1 mana as 1 mana. Other than that, though, obviously the Rest in Pieces are there for Dredge, Dredge, Hollowvine, the Asmora, Noma, graveyard decks, that sort of thing. Test of Talents is there specifically for the Crashing Footfalls deck. Second Teferi is there for control matchups as well as the Footfalls deck. Narset is here for other control matchups along with the Enchantress deck. Being able to prevent them from drawing cards is pretty good. I'll be the first to admit that this might be unnecessary. We probably have a pretty good Enchantress matchup as it is. So I just haven't gotten the chance to test enough against that matchup. So I did want to dedicate at least 1 slot to it because it seems relatively popular. But it's possible that in a grinding tournament setting, there will be fewer players playing the Enchantress deck. I could be wrong though. And then the 3 subtleties is mostly for Titan and other just aggressive decks that we need more interaction for. So yeah, a lot of cool things going on here. I guess the last card to mention is Prismatic Command. This card is mostly just being played as a pseudo Colligan's Command with 2 worse modes. One thing to note is that Prismatic Command does make a treasure under Blood Moon because we play 4 basic islands. So you just have 1 of your basic islands in play and you get to make a treasure under Blood Moon. So it does have some interesting utility there. So yeah, there's some cool stuff that we can do with this deck, and I'm hoping to get some good games with it. think we've got about a minute before this tournament starts. We got 5 seconds, so my spiel ended just in time. I do want to mention, if I sound tired, it's because I am, just vaguely. Not like, I'm not like dying, but I am slightly tired. I don't usually get up this early on a weekend for the purposes of Magic. But I will today. Yeah, this hand seems fine. We have a turn 1 Ragavan backed up by Counter Magic. My opponent is mulligan to 5 cards. Soulscar Mage. I think I'm pretty comfortable with trading here. Spear. I will counter yours with Spear, and I will Prowess my own. Got shot the Ragavan. Seems interesting that they would let that connect. Still not the end of the world for us. We get to block here, sort of force them into a situation where they have to pump it again if they want to get through damage, or take the Swiss Spear off the table. Yeah, I'm like super fine with this. They're just using a mutagenic growth as a removal spell. And now we just get to take their creature with our Archmage's Charm. And I'll just do this now because sometimes I play Spell Pierce. I am now the Prowess deck. And I'm going to go ahead and fetch up a white source. I know it seems a little bit aggressive, but this deck's not really one that burns you out super crazy like. Just going to go ahead and brainstorm, and I will put just the 2 charms back on top. I'll go ahead and get in for 2. Okay, Soulscar Mage is not very scary. We'll go ahead and brainstorm again. I'll put, I think this turn I want to go Prismatic Ending, hold up Archmage's Charm. So I'm going to put these back on top. Prismatic Ending this. Play my Canal, attack for 2. Yep. I'm just gonna go ahead and counter this. Probably should use an Archmage's Charm there, honestly. We'll brainstorm again. And we'll put back Teferi plus just one of the Archmage's Charms. Go ahead and get in for 1. It seems pretty unlikely that my opponent's able to do anything from this point. My opponent did mulligan to 5, so but they're choosing to play it out. They're, you know, they're here to play some Magic for sure. They lava dart me. I will go ahead and Force of Negation this. Brainstorm again, and if we find a lightning bolt, they're dead. Found the lightning bolt. Put the Teferi and the Snapcaster. Man, I just will put the Archmage's Charm back on top. Bolt you. Attack you for 2. Okay. We have successfully won our first game against the matchup that I would consider to be somewhat bad. We did not even find a Stoneforge Mystic in that first game, so pretty cool that we get to do that. Question is, how do I want to board? I do think that Jace is somewhat poor in this matchup. They've got a lot more haste threats than most other decks of similar fashion, so Jace is not the greatest. Force of Negation is not at its greatest. Path to Exile is better. Subtlety is okay. Spending 2 cards to put their 1 mana Prowess threat on top is not always ideal. I think Teferi and sort of Fire and Ice could come in. As far as like which equipment we want in this matchup, it's probably just sword for sword. It's like these 6 out, these 4, maybe some subtleties in. I don't think I really like Prismatic Command as a removal spell. The 2 damage is almost never enough to kill a Prowess threat. To have exactly nothing for it to do something. I don't think it's correct to bring in Rest in Peace either. Rest in Peace is yeah, I think I like this. Is there anything else I want to change? This should be fine. I think game plan number 1 is to get a Batterskull into play. I will keep this hand because this hand plays a turn 1 subtlety and a Ragavan on 2, or well, on our turn 1. Turn 0 subtlety is really what I should say. So this is one of the cool parts about having Ragavan and Stoneforge in the same deck. You're basically preventing a must-kill threat on turn 1, and then you're also going to present a must-kill threat on turn 2. So I think we're going to go ahead and attack with the Ragavan for the same reasons we did in game 1. If he wants to block a mutagenic growth, by all means. If he wants to give me the card, again, by all means. So I think we're on play my Soulscar Mage. Then do I want to bolt their Soulscar Mage? Or do I want to get the Stoneforge down? think given that they didn't do anything else on turn 2, they don't even have a land. I'm gonna go ahead and just bolt their Soulscar Mage. And then what would be fantastic there for me is if they chose to Mutagenic Growth as a counter spell, so to speak. No attacks from my opponent. Bolt your Swift Spear. And this is just like exactly what this deck wants to be doing. Play a super low to the ground threat backed up by counter magic and a removal suite, and your opponent basically never has an opportunity to get out from underneath it. So we can go grab Batterskull or Sword of Fire and Ice. I actually kind of think that Sophie is interesting here. Being able to draw cards and kill additional threats seems pretty good. So I think I'm going to go with Sophie. It's also castable if they do actually have a burn spell to point at the Stoneforge. Okay, opt into. Bolt my Stoneforge. Okay. Tank for 3. Exile the mountain off the top, and I will go ahead and cast the Sophie here. It's possible I should have done that pre-combat, but I wanted to see what I hit off their deck. Okay, iteration. This is pretty good for them here. This gives them the maximum chance of finding a land, and they're pretty far behind, so they need to start drawing extra cards to for as little mana as possible. They did in fact exile an Arid Mesa, so they found their land. I'm gonna go ahead and get in for 3, and I will not equip the sword here. It feels like they have some kind of a removal spell, and if they don't, like, if they choose not to use it, I'm just going to go on the plan of drawing an extra card with my Ragavan. Okay, my opponent has conceded. I won the die roll again. I will play first. I will keep this hand. I'm going to play out my Misty on 1, just with the plan to go get Raugrin Triome. Turn 1 Serum Visions. Could be a number of different decks. Serum Visions isn't exactly a card that you see too much of anymore. Kind of feels like... Kind of feels like Blue-Red Prowess again, I'm not sure. If you're going to bobble your opponent, you're supposed to do it on their upkeep. For this reason exactly. I have fetched, and the information they received from the bobble is not there anymore. I'll play out my Canal. Okay. Feels like they might be playing a like Sprite Dragon type deck if they're playing Mishra's Bauble Serum Visions. I suppose they also could be Storm, but you don't normally see Mishra's Bauble in Storm. Either way, they're not playing Luris, so that tells me if they are on the creature game plan, they're probably on Murktide Regent. I'm gonna go ahead and play out the second Spire Bluff Canal. Delver. Okay, that's what my opponent is doing. Interesting. So, okay. Archmage's Charm seems like it could be pretty good in this matchup. They just play like a 1-drop we can just take. My cat wasn't really getting anything important. She just like, there's like an open can of food that my girlfriend had left out. It was like, the can was empty. She just forgot to throw the can away. Cat was just on around at the can. My opponent went AFK for almost 7 minutes. I said the words lag check, and then they immediately passed the turn. I am going to go ahead and Force of Negation this, or at least attempt to. Grab a Hollowed Fountain. I suppose they could be a Blood Moon deck, but doesn't seem super likely. I'm going to go ahead and draw 2 here. I suppose since we're in the instep, maybe I wasn't supposed to do that because my opponent's going to move to hand size anyways. I probably was not supposed to Archmage's Charm there. But it didn't get countered, so. I mean, just like worst case scenario, like I end up taking a counter war over something I don't really need to take a counter war over. Like he goes counterspell your Archmage's Charm, and then like I countered back, and he spell pierces his counter my counterspell. He's traded 2 for 2. I'm on 2 cards in hand, and then he doesn't have to move to hand size. I'm just gonna grab a basic island here. Just in case they actually are a Blood Moon deck. I don't think they are, but they might be. I think on this turn, I'm going to just go in-step, Snapcaster, Archmage's Charm, draw 2. Unless they do something. Okay, Snapcaster. Draw 2. Okay. In for 2. Cold snap. I think I do want to just go bounce Spire Bluff Canal, draw a card. Because this kind of puts them in a spot where they have to counter. I'm like okay with fighting this counter war on their end step. Because then we just get to untap and slam a Jace into play. Yep, that's fine. Counter, counter. Play Jace. And this might get Force of Negation, but we do have the Counterspell for it. Interesting. Counterspell your subtlety. And we'll put back Batterskull, Prismatic Ending. Is a tad bit awkward that we didn't find the blue card for the Force. We did find the Force. Not exactly a given that they're going to be able to beat our hand as it is anyways. Just these two Stoneforge Mystics are probably going to pull us pretty far ahead. Murktide Regent, okay. You just have two Murktide Regents? Okay, two Murktide Regents. It's 5/5 and a 9/9. So we grab Batterskull. They go attack for 14. I go to 3. Batterskull then attacks for 4. We go to 7, and we're dead to just one of the regents. Also use the second Stoneforge next turn to go grab Sword of Feast and Famine. Then I gain 6. This is quite frustrating if we lose this. My opponent's been AFK basically half the game, but double Murktide Regent's pretty huge. We can definitely go Stoneforge, Feast and Famine, play Feast and Famine, equip it to the Germ, attack for 6, gain 6, untap all of our lands, and we will be at 9. So we need some way to deal with the 9/9 Murktide Regent. How we do that, I don't know yet. We need like 3 mana Teferi. We need our second copy of Jace would be good. If they attack all out, they are dead to Snapcaster Mage or Lightning Bolt off the top, I think. Okay. And this seems like the most correct attack for them. I put it as the 3. And I don't think that's going to do it. That is super unfortunate. So we can play Stoneforge Mystic, grab Kaldra, attack for 9, and bolt them down to 1. There's no way for me to play Stoneforge Mystic, activate Stoneforge Mystic, and put the Kaldra onto the, or put the Batterskull onto the Kaldra. Gonna likely need some Path Exiles for this matchup. The Prismatic Endings are definitely a little awkward against these Murktide Regents for sure. Just needed one more turn, and I think we stabilized pretty easily here. Just double Murktide Regent on the same turn. It just was super backbreaking. Putting 14 power into play with flying. If they didn't have flying, we probably win this game pretty easily, but yeah, I don't think there's anything that we can possibly do here. But I am going to go ahead and make them show me whatever card it is in their hand. We died. Bring in Rest in Peace, Teferi Time Raveler, Sword of Fire and Ice. Path Exiles. Force of Negation is not great. Sort of Feast and Famine is not as good as Sort of Fire and Ice, I would imagine. And Rest in Peace is just kind of awkward for the most part. It is good against specifically Murktide Regent, but it's only good before they play the Murktide Regent. Afterward, it kind of doesn't matter. I'll keep this hand. We get to play a turn 1 Ragavan and then hold up turn 2 Archmage's Charm if it connects. If not, we just have some Prismatic Endings to answer some cheap threats. Feels like a lightning bolt. Yep. Okay, my opponent kept a 1 lander and has not found a land. I think I'm actually just going to let them take their turn, and I'll just take a hit from the Dragon Rage's Channeler. And then I'll end a turn, draw 2 with Archmage's Charm. Okay. We'll go ahead and fetch Shock here for Hallowed Fountain. And we'll draw 2. And then use both my Prismatic Endings to answer these. I think I'll actually use Teferi to answer the second one. Teferi just being in play seems pretty good in this matchup. They have to have a Force of Negation to answer this or a Subtlety. Feels like they have, okay, Force of Negation. Binning a Murktide Regent. Back for 1. Okay, silver. I think we'll go ahead and Prismatic Ending the Dragon Rage's Channeler. And we'll hold up Path this turn. Counterspell on top. We'll let my opponent draw that one. I don't really care about Counterspell given that they don't have 2 lands. I am going to go ahead and Path to Exile this. I know it's a little bit awkward because I really would like to not give them additional lands, but I think it's okay here. Cast the Jace. Do I want to brainstorm or do I want to just like fate seal them? I think I'm going to brainstorm with this one. Go back. Batterskull and another put Jace underneath the Batterskull, I think. Yeah. We'll play out Spire Buff now. And then I just have a bolt up for whatever threat they play if they play one. Okay, they've hit their third land. Played out a Delver. I'm gonna bolt the Delver. Brainstorm with Jace. We'll put back Kaldra and Batterskull. And we will hold up Cryptic Command or Snap Archmage's Charm. Okay, they're choosing to draw a card. I think I'm okay with this. Again, worst case scenario is they just draw another Murktide Regent. So I just want to have up Counterspell for that. Have up my Cryptic Command. Yeah, I think I will go Snapcaster, Archmage's Charm here. Just try to draw two. They're most likely, like, they have Counterspell. We know that. So this feels like they're just holding up Counterspell. They might have Counterspell Bolt, but I feel like they would have bolted the Jace already if they had it. Archmage's Charm. Unholy Heat. Okay, Jace is down. I'm gonna get my 2-for-1 value with the Snapcaster Mage. Hopefully this just resolves. If it does, we pull further ahead, and if it doesn't, then we just get to slam a Jace next turn, so it doesn't really matter a ton. This turn I'm going to attack for 2 and hold up Cryptic Command. We know about the Counterspell in their hand, so Serum Visions. Can let that one go. Just gonna untap. Okay, we do have Jace Cryptic this turn, which I think I'm in for. Start by attacking with Snap. How do I get punished for Jace Cryptic? They're probably trying to line up Murktide Regent plus Counterspell on 4 lands, if I had to guess. So they probably just... They put 2 cards on top of their library. Pay my Jace. They have Counterspell we knew about. I think I'm gonna go counter bounce a Spire Bluff Canal. I think this puts us the furthest ahead. And then I will Fate Seal my opponent, and I will not put that on bottom. I want them to draw land because we already put a land back into their hand, so the second one is kind of irrelevant. Worst case scenario, they have like Snap Unholy Heat, or they just have Unholy Heat for the Jace. But I'm mostly uptick just to play around Bolt. They have stopped me in my upkeep. We'll brainstorm with Jace. I'll put back this Hallowed Fountain and this Kaldra Compleat. I'll play a land. I think I'll cast my Batterskull after combat. I think I'm okay with this. Okay, Thought Scour themselves. Filling over Force of Negation, Polluted Delta. Okay, Serum Visions. They do have a lot of cantrips in their deck. Maybe we're supposed to be playing Narset. Just kind of as a option. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and fetch, just grab an island. I will attempt to draw 2. We'll brainstorm. Okay. Okay, so what are the considerations? Jace is not at its best in this matchup, but it's definitely good. I don't know that I need more like tap out threats is the thing. Kind of wonder if I want Feast and Famine over a Cryptic Command. Feast and Famine seems really good if we can get it into play and going. Cryptic Command's kind of slow. I think I'm in for this. So like ideally, we draw all of our Stoneforge Mystics, we play all of them, they all resolve, we get all 4 equipment, we put the Batterskull on the Kaldra Germ, and then we put the sword on the Kaldra Germ, and then we put the other sword on the Kaldra Germ, and we have a pro, not white, not protection from white, 9/9, like 13/13 or something, a lifelinker with vigilance. That's the game plan. Whether or not we get that far, just have to see on this episode of Dragon Ball Z. My opponent is like significantly behind on clock, so they do have to play somewhat quickly in this last game if they intend to win in a timely manner. Most of the reason for that is just because in game 1 they were gone for like 7-8 minutes almost. So we'll just have to see how this goes. Turn 1 Ragavan's pretty good. Turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic to follow it up. The Kaldra in our opening hand is not great, but it's not the end of the world. Okay. I'll go ahead and play out the Ragavan. Certainly feels like they're probably just going to point a removal spell at the Ragavan this turn. Dragon Rage's Channeler plus Delver. Yeah, I think I'm going to go ahead and attack. And like, if they block, so be it. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and play out the Stoneforge Mystic. Kind of puts them in a spot where they have to answer it. Otherwise, we get to start putting in big equipments. Okay. Definitely felt like they had a way to kill it, but they're choosing to put whatever card it was back on top of their deck. So I jam a Teferi into play and put this back in their hand. This just resolving is pretty good for us. I kind of imagine they had a Spell Pierce or a Subtlety or something like that. A 1 at the Teferi is fine. Sword of Fire and Ice. Really hoping they countered that. Am I supposed to path now in their upkeep? Make them spend mana on their turn? Probably. I'm probably not supposed to path unless they make these 3/3s. It's gonna get countered anyways. I may as well wait. Path 1. Okay, and just let that one resolve. I really need another white mana here, which kind of stinks. I think the best use of our turn is probably to... I think I have to hold the path for a Murktide region if they have one. They probably have a counterspell in their hand. So I think I'm supposed to cast Stoneforge into the counterspell. And then untap, hoping to... Prismatic Ending or Path to Exile. One of this guy. Okay. Them shocking there is kind of scary. It means they probably have some stuff to do post-combat, or they're holding up just a ton of counter magic. No lightning bolt in my graveyard is kind of awkward. I'm gonna pass. Braid the sword, the Sophie. Yeah, this is fine. Snapcaster Mage. This was a pretty good draw here, I will say. We drew a Path to Exile. But I will block. Just gonna let damage happen. And then if he plays any threat post-combat, we get to path it. Go on, dude. Play the Murktide Regent. If I had to guess, he's probably thinking that he needs to do this because he has a counterspell in his hand or something like that, so he needs to go Murktide in to counter my removal spell, which seems like a reasonable line for him, but he doesn't know about the second path in my hand, so hopefully the second path is what gets him. This is definitely what it feels like is going to happen. And now it's just my deck versus my opponents, and they're on 43 seconds left to win the game. Impressive. Okay, Dragon Rage's Channeler is not a not something to snuff at for sure. They definitely have presented something that is worth fighting over. I will Prismatic Ending that, and I'll fetch a basic island and play out my Batterskull. Probably just need to go Snap Path here. I guess Snap Prismatic Ending is about the same. My opponent has run out of time. Well, I've won all my die rolls so far. I'm gonna keep this hand. Seems a tad bit land heavy, but hopefully we can draw a few spells. Turn 1 Lightning Bolt. I'll just lead on Tarn. Doesn't really matter which fetch land you lead on. This deck's entire mana base is blue. This tells me Merfolk, most likely. Maybe not. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, that's a good draw. I'm gonna let this one stick, and I'll just draw 2 with the Archmage's Charm. I think I'm gonna do it now, just in case they draw a Spell Pierce or something. Wow, okay. That is not what I wanted to see off the top. That's also not a card that I wanted to see. I will admit that this matchup is awful. I do not have much in the sideboard for it, and just like through and through, this is a bad matchup. Yeah, okay with Tide Shaper. We've drawn way too many lands for this matchup to be close. There's just no, like, we just don't play sweepers in our deck, so there's no way for us to like pull out from a spot like this. Like I need to draw like Archmage's Charm into 2 copies of 1 mana removal spells, and then also we need like to start getting Batterskull going, and we're just miles behind here. Obviously, I made the slight misplay of Archmage's Charming in response to the 2-drop to sort of play around them drawing into Spell Pierce, but then they just resolved an Aether Vial, and now like this matchup is not close. The Aether Vial just puts so much pressure on me so quickly, and we just didn't find another Archmage's Charm. I will concede to the Lord. We've drawn way too many lands and not enough spells. I want the Path to Exiles, I probably want the Teferi, I want the Prismari command. Sort of Fire and Ice seems good. It's not really a matchup where Kaldra seems great. Force of Negation is quite poor. And Jace is not at its best. Perhaps Subtlety is slightly better than Jace. This is definitely a matchup where you want to land a turn 1 Ragavan. Turn 1 Ragavan puts a lot of pressure on them, and they don't play a ton of removal spells, so. And this hand doesn't have a turn 1 Ragavan. This hand's not bad, though. This hand has turn 2 Counterspell. Turn 3, if we draw a land, we can play either Teferi or Prismatic Command, and we have 2 draw steps to find the land. Sort of Feast and Famine makes it somewhat awkward, though. It's already sort of a mulligan to 6. We definitely have better hands. We start on turn 1, Ragavan. It does snowball quite quickly. I think I'm gonna mulligan. Okay. I mean, this hand has more lands to like actually cast our spells, so I'm gonna keep this one. But this hand's not like fantastic or anything. It does play a Path and a Teferi. Yep. If we'd kept the first hand, it wouldn't have mattered anyways because they just started on turn 1 Aether Vial. The counterspell, that is what I mean. The counterspell would not have mattered. If Subtlety interacted with creatures in play, the card would be so much better. As it is, I think it's arguable whether or not the card is modern playable. I am going to go ahead and path this. I just have to get rid of these creatures at some point anyways. So we're going to jam a Teferi into play and make them pick up their vial. Maybe we were supposed to Prismatic Ending this now. I still think it's probably correct to put Teferi into play. I don't know. I could be convinced either way on that one. They probably have a 1-drop here, which does make this slightly awkward because the Teferi is just going to die to the 1-drop, but I think that's okay. I just kind of have to keep buying time until I can get the Batterskull into play. Ooh, they did not have a 1-drop. Depending on what they play here, I may just like let them resolve some stuff. Yeah, can't do anything about that one. Marrow Regery. Am I supposed to subtlety this? I don't think so, because I can just Prismatic Ending it, and they didn't have a 1-drop for the vial anyways. So, blue, red, white. Prismatic Ending your Marrow Regery. Second equipment is not what I wanted to see. I would like 4th land. 4th land from a Cryptic and a Subtlety. Silvergill. Silvergill's pretty good for them. They just like have cards that draw cards. Maybe I was supposed to subtlety the Silvergill. Yeah, that's double green. Glasspool Mimic. Man, if Subtlety interacted with creatures in play, that would be so good here. We just get to put the Silvergill back on top of their deck. and then they just cast as 3 mana 0/0. As it stands, however, I think I'm supposed to let this resolve again, because if I subtlety and I pitch the cryptic command, my hand is Batter Skull, Sword of Feast and Famine. And that's not very good. I don't know if you guys know that. That hand's not great. I think they have a Tide Shaper, yeah. I think they have a Tide Shaper. Showed it to us from the Silver Gill. Up to 2 on the Vial. My opponent's got a ridiculous amount of mana in play, so like the Vial kind of doesn't do a ton here. Obviously, casting through the Cryptic Command is pretty ideal, but Spreading Seas, your Raugrin Triome. Okay. Attack me, attack me. Attack Teferi, attack Teferi. Question is, do they have a Lord? If they have a Lord, so be it. Oh, they have a Counterspell. Well, they can't cast Counterspell. Okay, we are vialing in a Lord. So I am going to lose the Tef. Feels pretty dead. I needed them to not have a Lord there. And then I have a shot, but like I said, this matchup is terrible for us. I actually don't even know if there's a way to really make this matchup better. Like, we could probably play some number of Engineered Explosives, but they're just playing Counterspell in their deck now. And like, we just can't beat the suite of creatures that replace themselves and also a bunch of counter magic. Kind of doesn't matter what I put back in their hand. If I put the Master back in their hand, they just vial it back in play. Maybe I'm supposed to balance the Tide Shaper. I don't know. I was probably supposed to go tab draw at the start of combat. But like, knowing that they basically have a counterspell here makes it such that it kind of doesn't matter. Like, we needed the Teferi to stick in play, and we just can't protect our planeswalkers in this matchup against a bunch of creatures with Island Walk. So I am dead. I'm going to go ahead and concede. Yes, obviously okay, yes, I'll cast the Sword of Feast and Famine into what is most likely a counterspell in their hand. Okay. I will concede to what I assumed was a counterspell. Okay. We want our die roll again. Sand seems good. Turn to Stoneforge. Hold up Archmage's Charm. Got some bolts as removal spells. My opponent is mulligan to 6. Start on a Flooded Strand. Amulet. Okay. I'm gonna go grab Raugrin Triome, and I'm gonna just go ahead and play out my Stoneforge Mystic, and I'm gonna go grab Kaldra. Again, mostly because Kaldra is just like this card that makes it very awkward for them to attack with Titan. So they basically have to kill the Stoneforge Mystic, otherwise attacking with Titan is going to be relatively difficult for them. Okay, I have a Grazer. Put in a Growth Chamber, which gives them 4 mana in total this turn. Gonna explore. That's free, it's just a cycle. Karn. Okay. Be interesting to see what my opponent goes and gets with Karn. And honestly, I think if they uptick Karn, hoping to keep it in play, because they can block the Grazer, or block the Kaldra with the Grazer. Don't know if I'm supposed to double bolt it or not. Okay, they are grabbing an artifact. Grab liquid metal coating. So if they spend their mana on a coating this next turn, I think I'm okay with that because in response we just get to bolt the Karn because they have to play coating first. Otherwise we're just holding up Archmage's Charm for some silly crazy play. Archmage's Charm and Kaldra activate. Stoneforge activate to put in Kaldra. Okay. Bolt that. I will go ahead and spend my mana and put the Kaldra into play. I don't know that I'm necessarily attacking with it here. Yeah, I actually don't. Maybe I am supposed to attack. Like we have the Archmage's Charm. Yeah, I'm just probably supposed to try and get them dead here. We have the Archmage's Charm to answer their Titan because they don't have Cavern currently. Do I care about this card? Or do I want to just draw some more cards? I'm probably not supposed to let them resolve Dryad, but if I let them resolve this Dryad, then the Titan does interplay next turn. And currently they don't have Cavern, so I'm going to go on the basis that this resolving is fine. And they need to show me Cavern before it starts to matter. I think I am going to draw 2 though with this. We just have a ton of counter magic in our deck. We can draw 2. Gives us 3 draw steps to draw a second copy of Archmage's Charm, a Snapcaster Mage, a Prismatic Ending for the Amulet. Okay. Okay. So they do in fact have a Titan. Okay, so he grabbed a Summoner's Pact. I was sort of waiting for them to show me if they were getting a... I'll go ahead and fetch. Let's grab a Steam Vents tapped. They may have been grabbing Cavern with that. Yeah. Okay. I will play out my island and I think I was supposed to play Steam Vents actually. Huh. Yeah, because I had him dead. If we just play the Steam Vents. I'm gonna hold up all my mana this turn because and hold back my germ because like absolute worst case scenario is they yeah, okay. So they have the Cavern. Which means this can't be countered. So okay, so I think I let them go get their Valakuts if they want to, and then we'll point 2 lightning bolts at the Dryad. I would imagine they're probably not going to go get Slayer Stronghold plus Boros Garrison because I don't think they want to attack into the germ. I could be wrong. If they do go get Boros Stronghold plus Boros Garrison plus Slayer Stronghold and then attack with Primeval Titan because they want to put 2 more lands into play, like by all means. Okay, I will be pointing 2 lightning bolts at the Dryad. And they can't attack. I'm going to play Flooded Strand, and I'm just going to cast the monkey. And they have to pay for their pact. And again, at this point, like, the only way we lose this game is because, like, they just can't connect with a Primeval Titan because of the Phyrexian Germ, the Kaldra. The only way we lose this game is if they are able to cast a Dryad uncounterable. And this attack tells me they're going to go grab a bounce land to pick up the Cavern, and they're going to try and play a Dryad this turn, or they're going to just grab a Teleria West and put it back in their hand. Maybe an Urza Saga. They could go grab that too. Lesnia Sanctuary plus Sunhome. I mean, this is going to deal some damage, I suppose, but the Phyrexian Germ has Indestructible. So, like, yeah, they're going to get to give the Titan double strike. And now he deals 7 damage. Oh, no, he doesn't. It's weird that it exiles it under the Kaldra. There's not really a reason to do that, but whatever. Yeah, I kind of forgot that the first strike they were going to deal damage to each other, and then the Phyrexian Germ's ability is going to trigger and exile the Titan. Plays a forest. I'm going to go fetch a basic island and just go snap Archmage's Charm, draw 2. Okay, Cryptic's a pretty good draw. So is Prismatic Ending. Question is, do we Prismatic Ending the Grazer or do we Prismatic Ending the Amulet? And I think the answer is the Grazer, because the Amulet's kind of already done its thing. And now we're just going to get in with Ragavan, so Snapcaster Mage, and Stoneforge Mystic attack for 5. I'm not going to attack with the Germ because same reasons as we mentioned before. Only way we lose this game is if they start connecting with Titans. I'll play a Spire Bluff Canal tapped. Okay, they played a Grazer. Five, 6, 7, 8, and the Snapcaster is lethal. So he blocks here. He takes 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think I'm just going to attack with all and go tap your creatures, draw a card. But you did. The only thing to really consider there is like if he has like a dismember is bad because like dismember is gonna cost him Phyrexian life, but like there's like a world where he has some random removal spell that I'm not thinking of. He's got like Path to Exile. Like, there's no reason to extend into a position where we like may end up dying because like he has the one random removal spell. He's got a lightning bolt to prevent lethal there, and then he untaps and draws a Titan, and then we can't block it with the Kaldra because we decided to attack that turn. Like, there's not really a ton of reason to extend into that, but it just didn't. I mean, like, I just had to read that they just didn't have the one removal spell that would have been random. They usually don't play it, so you know, I did take a somewhat greedy line there. There's not really a ton of reason to do that, but I did want to just kind of end the game there. So something to potentially consider on that one. Okay, what's good in this matchup and what's not? So we probably don't need 4 Ragavans. One, we can trim 1 Ragavan just because, like as I've done in previous matchups, where just having the multiple legendary creatures in your hand can be somewhat awkward. Bolts are not at their best in this matchup. Bolt answers Sakura Tribe's Scout if they're still playing that. It gets the 0 mana, or I'm sorry, the 1 mana 0/3 out of the way, the Grazer, Arboreal Grazer, out of the way. And then like Dryad of the Elysian Grove, you can double up on bolts, and then Titan, you can double up on bolts, but it's not exactly where you want to be. So cards that we could bring in that seem decent in this matchup. I think Test of Talents seems okay. Answer exactly Summoner's Pact and take all of them out of the deck. So Test of Talents is okay there. Subtlety is fantastic. Prismari Command is okay. Path to Exile seems good. Test of Talents seems like the worst of those options there. So I think I'm gonna go something like this. These out, and I'm gonna take out 1 Cryptic because it is kind of expensive counter magic, and Subtlety is sort of filling that role as it is anyways. So we will run it like this, I think. I don't think Teferi seems particularly useful. We'll just bring in the last Cryptic. I think Cryptic is probably better than Teferi. Cryptic at least interacts and can prevent us from dying on a pivotal turn. So this hand seems like kind of subpar, but I would actually say that this is one of our better options for starting because like all you want to do on the early turns is just answer the amulets. And then these are still answers to like Dryad if they just play a couple Dryads. Okay, apparently they don't have any amulets, so. Yep, feels like a game where we could definitely die to Mana Flood. I did keep this hand, so. Yep. We may just die next turn. I mean, they're gonna start making constructs with this Urza Saga, so like, this is already bad for us. You really have to be on the front foot to beat Urza Saga as it is, and we are not. feels pretty dead. Oh, they grabbed an expedition map. I guess they're just trying to do that again. They just want to go grab another saga. Pretty difficult for us to beat that. So I think I agree with their assessment here. Second Urza Saga just seems like super great. I'm gonna die with counterspells in my hand. Yep. Force of Negation doesn't do anything against Urza Saga, so we will concede to that one. Possibly something like this. I think the Prismatic Ending just being an answer to the 1 mana artifact is fine enough. Force of Negation, as previously mentioned, is kind of awkward sometimes. Hey, Zampololo, appreciate the follow. I think this build is fine for this matchup. Like I said, the only other consideration that I have is like Test of Talents for Summoner's Pact. That seems okay, but I mean, as you saw in that last game, there's just games where you're just going to lose to them just playing Urza Saga into Urza Saga into Urza Saga, and just keep chaining them with expedition maps and things of that nature. The Teferis are mostly coming in as answers to the Urza Sagas. The token specifically, Teferi is like a pretty clean answer to the constructs. Yep, this is probably our best hand so far, at least in the match. It's a lead on a turn 1 Ragavan and make a treasure and protect it with a Path to Exile and a Subtlety. Gonna go grab a Steam Vents on 1. Urza Saga, no Amulet. But we get an Amulet. Is that worth playing? Do I want to just like cast Amulet? Just because we can like play tap lands later in the game and they'll come into play untapped? It's kind of cute. Probably not. Probably just want to hold up Archmage's Charm this turn. I'll counter this. Just kind of want to stay on the front foot. Don't really care about the damage that I take here. Land lets us play Jace and hold up Subtlety. Start brainstorming with Jace. Sword of Feast and Famine can be good, but probably just gonna tuck it away for now. We put the Path on top. And then, as I mentioned before, Teferi just being a pretty solid answer to the construct tokens can come up here, possibly. Our opponent's pretty light on mana as it is, especially after sacking this Urza's Saga. They're likely going to spend their turn here playing a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, if I had to guess. They're probably going to play Amulet off of the Urza Saga, and they're going to go grab... they're going to play a Dryad of the Elysian Grove, or like an Azusa or something of that nature. Okay, they're grabbing Pithing Needle. That's interesting. That definitely makes me want to pitch Subtlety to Subtlety. instead of Teferi to Subtlety, because Teferi can bounce the needle. This was definitely a good line from my opponent. It did not end up working out for them because the Ragavan's just going to keep getting in. Okay. Dryad is interesting, but I don't think it's something that I want to play here. I'm just going to go Teferi, bounce your Needle, and then Jace Brainstorm. And we'll put back the 2 lands, I think. We'll go play the Scalding Tarn. Actually, I sort of blanked there, but we knew that they were going to give us the Dryad because they likely put it on top with the Subtlety, right? So they should have put it on bottom. Yeah. And I don't think I want the extra lands, so I'm just gonna go ahead and play out Sword, whip to Ragavan, attack for 4, trigger my Sword. And now we've got Force of Negation, Path to Exile, and Subtlety up, and we've got this Ragavan with sort of Feast and Famine going. It seems like it's going to be quite difficult for my opponent to come back from this. I think I will Subtlety this. Maybe not. Maybe we're just supposed to... I'm just going to force this, actually. I'm going to go ahead and cast the Batter Skull here, pre-combat. And then attack for 4, untap my lands, make a treasure, still have 5 mana up. Okay, they have a Titan, but it just didn't matter. Okay, cool. A pretty solid showing against Amulet there. We lost our first die roll, I think. I think we've been on the play every game this set. All right, so my opponent's on a Luris deck, which tells me they're likely a Prowess variant, or a Burn rather. Starting on Mistress Bauble is good for them. This tells me it might be like Luris Jund. A couple of those decks floating around right now. I would have to imagine that our matchup against Luris Jund is questionable. I don't know if it's good or not. It's a Death Shadow deck. Okay. If they're a Death Shadow deck, that means they're likely playing Scourge of the Skyclaves, which means that I would like to leave this fetch land in play for as long as possible. I do not want to go to 19, if at all possible, because as soon as we go to 19, it means the Scourge is castable. Yeah. Yeah, this is a little bit awkward. I'll let them surveil first. So if we bolt the Channeler, They take our charm, we're left with basically nothing, and this puts me to a life total that makes it such that they can cast the Scourge. But I think I am supposed to bolt this. And then he takes my charm. Play a fetch land. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. We're gonna take 4 down to 3, and then we have to draw something crazy, like I don't know, it needs to be like yeah, actually I don't think there's any way for us out. They just need to leave the Jace in play. Them putting Lurrus in their hand is good for us. Be interesting to see if they just kill the Jace or if they are choosing to kill Jace. Tap your creatures, draw a card. Definitely are flooding out pretty hard here. Got a bolt. Unholy Heat. Okay. That's enough for me to see here. It's possible I'm not supposed to show them the Ragavan, but this is again another matchup where Kaldra Compleat being defensive is pretty big game. So I think that's gonna be kind of what I'm leaning on here. We do want the Path to Exiles. Don't think I want Rest in Peace. I do think I want Teferi. Prismatic Ending also is quite good against the Scourges and the whatever else. I don't think Force of Negation is all that great. Could consider bringing in Rest in Peace, but
really think that's what this matchup is about. Obviously, you know, you can take away their graveyard and make it such that they can't crack Mishra's Baubles, they can't recast stuff with Lurrus, whatever. Again, so. I know this seems kind of greedy, but I think I'm going to keep this. My opponent is mulligan to 6. And then, like, ideally they just go turn 1 Inquisition. Starting on Mishra's Bauble, Bauble themselves, Blood Crypt, Dragon Rage's Channeler, Bauble, Mill over Nile Spellbomb, I think I am going to go ahead and fetch Shock here for a Hallowed Fountain, and I'll path the Dragon Rage Channeler out of the way. They may not even be playing a basic land. Okay, they are playing 1 basic swamp at least. Seems correct. I think those decks normally play a basic swamp. Yeah, can't cast the Death Shadow. I think I'll... go ahead and play Stoneforge Mystic. Go grab Kaldra. Okay, bolt the Stoneforge. Attack with the monkey. Okay, we'll go ahead and use their card. And I'm going to take their Death Shadow away. Interestingly, I think I actually kind of want to just jam the Snapcaster into play and just start clocking them. I'm gonna play out Teferi. If they have another fetch shock for a blue for a Stubborn Denial, that's really the only thing that they can have, and then they still have to trade for for my creatures there. Otherwise, they're just dead. Is there anything else we want to bring in here while we're on the draw? I don't think so. Man, turn 1 Ragavan. Talk about powerful modern cards. Give me some more Monka. I'm gonna keep this. My opponent is playing a mostly discard heavy deck, so you know if we can keep a 7, I think I'm supposed to. This type of hand is probably going to beat a hand that my opponent has that is reliant on like disruption through discard spells. So if his hand is like Inquisition, Death Shadow, Scourge of the Skyclaves, and like a Bauble or something, and like a couple lands, obviously that's a 7, but you know, this is the type of hand that I can lose to, is where he's got the turn 1 creature and I don't have the turn 1 removal spell. So, Bolt off the top would be good. Also, a couple other cards that we could have drawn there, but did not. Dragon Rage's Channeler isn't necessarily like the end of the world. It is just a 1-mana 1/1 for right now, so because they don't have Delirium, so hopefully it stays that way for this turn, but we will see. Okay, attack for 1. It's fine by me. I'll fetch, grab a Raugrin Triome, go to my untap step, and I'm just going to jam this Stoneforge into play. Okay, I was gonna say like this feels a little aggressive to me, but they almost assuredly have a kill spell for my Stoneforge, so I'm probably just supposed to grab Batter Skull. Nah, we'll grab Kaldra. I don't think it's gonna end up mattering which. Oh, they didn't even have a kill spell, but I mean, this is great for me. Like if they just let me untap Stoneforge Mystic, it's gonna be very hard for them to beat a Kaldra. Okay. This makes me wonder if potentially they may have a Thoughtseize. They could take my Kaldra. Death Shadow. There's still a Kaldra in my hand, and they didn't attack for 1. Man. Yeah, them not having the removal spell for the Stoneforge Mystic is probably going to lose them this game if I had to guess. Unholy Heat your Stoneforge Mystic. Yeah, I'll put in a Kaldra. These guys do fly, so like that's not nothing. I'm gonna go ahead and shock this into play. And I'm gonna say go. Because on this next turn, I intend to Archmage's Charm, steal a Dragon Rage's Channeler. Take this one. Yeah, they got a stub. I'll bolt the other one. Okay, yeah, them drawing Tarmogoyf there is pretty good for us. It means that this turn we get to go snap bolt the Dragon Rage Channeler. And we can even technically hold up Counterspell. I don't know that we need to. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go snap bolt the Dragon Rage Channeler. Here in the main phase. Play this tap land and say go. And then if they attack with both here, then we get to eat one of them with the germ, chump block with the Snapcaster. They're gonna pick up Luris. Holding up blue mana, so they could have drawn another stub. Okay, they don't want to trade for a snap. Play my Jace. They did in fact draw a Stubborn Denial. Okay, saying Luris is fine. I am going to path the Luris probably. Maybe I'm supposed to path the Dragon Rage Channeler actually. Seems unlikely. Seems like I'm probably supposed to path this. Path the Luris, untap and play Jace. And probably just bounce the Dragon Rage Channeler back to their hand. Now we've got a Jace in place. We get to untap this next turn. We're really just looking for like more counter magic, Stoneforge Mystics, stuff like that. Okay, Bob. I'm gonna draw two. I think I'm supposed to kill the Dark Confidant here and then just hold back another turn. Okay, they drew a fetch land. So if we go Sword of Feast and Famine, equipped to Snapcaster Mage. We can attack with both. He can't block the Snapcaster Mage, so he's taking 4, and then he has to block the Germ. But then we're dead to the Death Shadow Swingback, so we're not supposed to do that. Okay, so no attacks. And I think my intention is to, next turn, move the Kaldra to the Snapcaster Mage, and we will have a 9-power Snapcaster Mage with Pro Black and Green. And then it's unlikely that they're able to beat that. I think worst case scenario would be if they had exactly an Abrade or like an Ancient Grudge or something. I think this lets me take a somewhat safer line, so I'm gonna go attack with Snapcaster. Make them discard their land. They were dead if I just moved the Kaldra, but... I was supposed to move the sword too. Move the sword over to the Germ. Okay, my opponent tanked there for a little bit in their upkeep to fetch with the Polluted Delta. They don't have a Shockland to get, which means they're not pumping the Death Shadow anymore this turn. I don't know what they can draw to get them out of this. I mean, even if they draw like Team or Battle Rage, they deal 4 damage over my Germ. As first strike damage because their biggest creature is the Death Shadow, and then the Batter Skull blocks the Tarmogoyf and we gain 4, so seems like a wash there. Okay, so we're 4-1 in the Modern Challenge. No, not Spike. Yeah, I'll keep this. Kick his ass. We'll see, dude. This hand's a little slow, I'll be honest with you. Yep. Probably supposed to kill this here. We can hold up Counterspell next turn. Prismatic Ending's not a bad draw. think I'm gonna cycle Raugrin Triome this turn. Got a Sword of Feast and Famine. Yeah, I think I will shock in Hallowed Fountain now. Just so we have Snap Counterspell up. Feels like an Archmage's Charm. Do I care about this? It is a little bit annoying. Also, if we just go Snap Counter here, we get to go play Sword of Feast and Famine, equip onto the Snap next turn. So I think I like this line. We'll go Counterspell. No thank you, sir. Feels like maybe another Sprite Dragon. Yeah, this is fine. Even if they have like Force of Negation for this or something, then we can still Prismatic Ending that. But I think they're kind of just showing us that they don't really have much. So I'm just going to go ahead and put the Batterskull into play while I can under Counter Magic. Okay. Spike has conceded. It looks kind of like a... I'm not sure what the black is for. I didn't really see. I guess he's playing Luris. He probably, I don't know, maybe Kolaghan's Command or something like that. So, but otherwise, like we saw like blue-red creatures, so... Path to Exile is pretty good against blue-red creatures. Being able to exile the Sprite Dragon if it gets too big can definitely be an out there. We can also path a Murktide Regent if need be. I generally don't think that these matchups are about Force of Negation. It's kind of just like spot removal and spells that interact. I'm gonna go on the hedge that's Kaldra is probably not very good. We'll board that out for the sword. And I think we're gonna go down 3 force up the 2 paths. And then probably just Teferi. I think Teferi is pretty good against this style of a deck that wants to be playing low to the ground creatures that also interacts. Like if you can just land a Teferi on an awkward turn where they have to put another creature into play, I think we're in good shape there. There's some consideration for, like, you could bring in Subtlety in this matchup and it would probably be fine against an early creature draw, but I don't think it's all too necessary. This is definitely a matchup where I want all 4 Ragavans because it's probably a matchup where he's going to be heavily killing my creatures. So I think having the 4 legendaries is fine. This hand seems good. Okay, I got a turn 1 channeler. I think I'm gonna go grab a Steam Vents and just go ahead and bolt the channeler. think I will go ahead and do the same thing. I'll just run back the kill the threat land. And I'll play my tap land this turn. And I think on this next turn, assuming that they don't do anything super scary, I'm going to just hold up Archmage's Charm. Okay, yeah, so he's charming in his main phase to draw 2. I don't disagree with that line. The monkey makes this pretty interesting. So I think we can go dash the monkey, make a treasure, steal a card of his, play the Stoneforge Mystic. Give me your card. A monk. Okay, we got a counterspell, but I don't really care about the counterspell. Go grab an island, and I'm gonna go ahead and play Stoneforge Mystic here. I think I'll grab Batterskull. It's possible I'm not supposed to dash the Ragavan. Maybe I'm just supposed to play Ragavan and play Stoneforge Mystic and just put 2 like must-kill threats in play. Don't know. Okay. Expressive is good. But them just like sitting over there and kind of dirling, not really doing much to interact, just drawing extra cards. Like, I'm pretty okay with this. I'm just gonna cast the monkey, no dash, and we're just gonna activate Stoneforge to put in the Batterskull. Would have liked to have drawn a land there, because there is part of me that just wants to take this Dragon Rage Channeler with my Archmage's Charm, but probably gonna kill the monkey. Yeah, monkey down. Interesting that he hasn't fetched up any black sources, but there's one in his hand. Is he playing a Death Shadow deck, maybe? I will take 3. Could be a Culligan's Command. Be pretty good for them here. Yep. It's a K command. Get the 2 for 1. It's definitely a spot where Force of Negation would have been good, but that's okay. I think I'm going to take 3 from this, and then we're going to try and steal it on the end of his turn. Yep. Definitely felt like they had a counterspell. Surveil a land into the graveyard. I think I'm just going to hold up Counterspell here. There's not really a reason to play another Stoneforge. Expressive is pretty good for them here. Sprite Dragon is kind of brutal as well. Yeah, and then a Mishra's Bauble. I guess that was exiled. So we're taking 5 down to 2 effectively. This is definitely a game where it feels like we are too far behind to come back at this point. The Culligan's command on the Batterskull Stoneforge Mystic was kind of the backbreaking play. And I will concede to drawing a land. Not very many cards that would have gotten us out of that anyways. Actually, I don't think there's any cards that would have gotten us out of that spot specifically. Okay. How do we want to run back game 3 against the heavy counterspell deck? I want some number of Force of Negations on the play just to protect the Ragavan and the Stoneforge Mystics. It's certainly possible. Question is, what am I boarding out for them? Maybe the Teferis, but Teferi is kind of like an all-around, just like shut you down play. As far as counter magic goes, that is. I'm not convinced that Jace is like correct to have in this matchup. Let's board out 1 Cryptic and 1 Jace. Let's do something like that. I think Cryptic's kind of like our worst counter magic. Just because it just interacts so slow. It's 4 mana. Yeah, this hand's fine. It's got 2 1 mana answers to 1 mana creatures, so. Spike mulligans the 6. Turn 1 Ragavan. Monka. Get that one out of here. Turn 2 Sprite Dragon is fine. I think this hand's gonna need more white mana than red, so I'm gonna grab a Hallowed Fountain. White, red, Prismatic Ending this. Play a Hallowed Fountain tapped. Say go. Iteration. Bobble. Did they not find a land? Okay, no, they did. Play Water Gate tapped. Why I just supposed to jam Jace? Kind of feel like it, yeah. I mean, he's got to have Force of Negation. I think I'm just going to get my Brainstorm in. It's unlikely that I'm casting... My next turn is probably Teferi plus Counterspell, so... Gonna put Cryptic. Probably just Ragavan Cryptic on top like that. And they need to have like, they need to have Dragon Rage's Channeler into... Or just like, I guess Bolt technically kills the Jace. In my head, I was like thinking that we were going to be able to get Jace up high enough that simple Lightning Bolt wasn't going to kill it, but yep, Bolt the Jace. Play out Teferi, bounce your Sprite Dragon. Draw into Ragavan. And I'm just going to counterspell their Sprite Dragon here. Snapcaster Prismatic Ending on the Dragon Rage's Channeler. And I'm just going to cast the monkey. Could have dashed it, but one of the cute synergies that this deck has is you can dash monkey and no thanks. Probably just kill the monkey. Oh, kill Teferi. Okay, well, I'm gonna get in with the monkey. Hopefully get a good card off the top of your deck. Little land, little land. Am I supposed to just take my monkey back? I'm going to start with an attack for 2 and see what they do. Okay, no blocks. It's Prismatic Ending my monkey. I will draw 2. It's probably supposed to be Sophie here. Yeah, I'll grab Sword of Fire and Ice. It's pretty close here, this game. I would say that we are just slightly ahead, but not by much. Our opponent definitely has more mana in play than we do. So I think I activate Stoneforge, put the sword into play, equip the sword to the Snapcaster Mage, and if they have any interaction, we can counterspell with Archmage's Charm. Yeah, Kolaghan's command here. Snapcaster Mage plus, what is this? Unholy Heat, maybe? I think I'm just gonna go counter. Maybe I'm supposed to make them spend their mana. Because if this resolves anyways, then... Two damage to them. And we're gonna draw a Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt is lethal next turn if we get to untap. All right, we're 5-1. Next match is up. Came back just in time. Keep this. I'm a Misty. Pass the turn. My opponent mulligan to 6. Okay. Tarn Bobble. Feels like another Dragon Rage Channeler deck. Bobble himself. He did. Bobble himself. So he's choosing to draw that card. He wants that card, whatever it is. Okay, doesn't want it now. Maybe he changed his mind after he saw the Raugrin Triome. Don't think I care about Serum Visions. 2 cards on bottom. No second land. Third land. Oh. Okay. My opponent and I are both missing land drops. We do have castable spells in our hand. Yeah, this is fine. Prismatic Ending the Channeler. Bolt me in response. He wants to get his Surveil out. If he plays any 2-mana non-creature spell, I'm 1000% Force of Negationing it. Okay, Sprite Dragon. We're not in great shape. We obviously still haven't found a land here. land. Yeah. Man. Just gonna go ahead and discard an Archmage's Charm. I feel like that's not a card that my opponent is gonna gain too much knowledge from, just from knowing we have that. Okay, so they are a Prowess variant, which is somewhat interesting. Okay, we'll go to 4. Yep. Yeah, us not drawing the land this turn, I think I'm gonna go ahead and concede. They don't have any interaction points, and Monkey's not gonna help us there. Monkey does not help when you're way, way behind. Want the paths. Probably want the second Teferi. Probably want the Sword of Fire and Ice. Kaldra is not super great in this matchup. Rather have the Sword of Fire and Ice. Force of Negation is not super great in this matchup. Teferi and Paths in. I think that's mostly how I've been boarding in this matchup. There's some argument for bringing out the Jaces for subtleties, but I would probably say that it's like neither here nor there. Yep, I'll keep this one for sure. We've got 2 points of 1 mana interaction, 2 points of 2 mana interaction, and a threat. Okay. That music is way too upbeat for right now. I'm just playing some Magic, y'all. Chill out with the super tunes. Turn 1 Serum Visions is pretty A-okay with me. Get him out of here. Get him out of there. Maybe I should have led on path. They had the spell pierce then. Rather they spell pierce the Booter Skull. Rather they spell pierce the path, obviously. It's definitely an opportunity for my opponent to resolve that card. So no, I lost game one. I kept a hand that had mostly 3 mana interaction and 2 copies of Prismatic Ending. So we were able to like kill his first 2 threats and keep pace with him. But then we just didn't get our 3rd land drops and we kept drawing 3 mana spells. So just didn't get anywhere. The bolt. Yep. Kill the Stoneforge. Yep. Anamorphose. Counterspell. Bobble. Draw with Islet. We need to draw our 5th land here to have a chance in this game. I'll go ahead and counterspell this Soulscar Mage. Okay, through the land. Cast Batterskull. So obviously this isn't necessarily lights out. We are in post board games, and they knew. I think they didn't know we had Stoneforge Mystics in game 1. So it's like I said, it's not necessarily lights out, but it's definitely can be good here. They may still have like Unholy Heat for the Phyrexian Germ or something. I'm not gonna block because like, yeah, I would much rather they like bolt my guy. I think this is fine. They are gonna get to shrink the Germ, but we get to pump it with Fire and Ice. And we get to take the Soulscar Mage off the table. Kill the Soulscar Mage. Play my tap land. Say go. I guess they're just doing that for the... Okay. I was like, this seems weird. Okay, they went bottom. Dragon Rage's Channeler has to attack every turn. We're gonna go Teferi, bounce the Stormwing. Attack for 3. Point the Sophie upstairs. It's a pretty good draw. Go ahead and Prismatic Ending that one. And we'll deploy a Stoneforge Mystic and go grab Sword of Feast and Famine. So we didn't win game 1, but it's shaping up that we're probably going to win this game 2. Opponent has to have something pretty nutty here. They need to have like a Braid for the Batterskull into Stormwing Entity. That's probably their best sequence of draws. So the question is, do I want like Jace? Or do I want something like Subtlety for game 3? Because they're going to be on the play. So if they go turn 1 Channeler, would I even want to Subtlety a turn 1 Channeler for 2 cards? I'm not exactly sure the answer is yes. Jace is one of our only ways to like actually pull ahead in the match. Narset's kind of interesting because like Narset can technically stop the cantrips, but I don't necessarily think it's where we want to be. I'm gonna board out one, really just one Cryptic for 1 Subtlety. I think I did that previously, like 2 Subtleties over a Jace and a Cryptic, something like this. I just kind of want to bring my overall mana cost down slightly, and Subtlety's a way to just interact for 0 mana. I think I'm in on this. Subtlety also plays better if you do have the turn 1 Ragavan. So if you like play turn 1 Ragavan and they play a creature that's in the way of it, then you can Subtlety it back to the top of their deck. I'm gonna keep this. I know this hand definitely gets like run over if they just have some creatures, but we have a lot of, man, that would have been good on turn 1. I am gonna Subtlety the Swiss Spear. Bobble Bobble. Yeah, I would be taking a lot more damage here if I didn't have that Subtlety. Grab a Raugrin Triome. Play out Stoneforge, go grab Batterskull. I think I'm actually supposed to just Prismatic Ending this now. Get that thing off the table. They may have a Spell Pierce here, which would be kind of annoying, but I think that's okay. They didn't, so. They're drawing 3 cards this turn, so. Only we had a Narset in play, bro. 1 card. Swiss Spear. Dragon Rage's Channeler. Grab a Hallowed Fountain tapped. We've got sorcery, land, creature, sorcery, instant, creature, land. So that'll be 3 card types, and we'll have a Dragon Rage's Channeler. Kind of dig it. Gimme. I don't want to walk that into a spell pierce, so that's why I'm doing it now. Okay, expressive iteration. I think our best draws are probably Bolt, Prismatic Ending, Snapcaster Mage wouldn't be bad. Yeah, I was gonna say if they attack, I'm blocking. Like in for that. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Stoneforge Mystic here. I want to grab Sophie or Batterskull. It's probably supposed to be Batterskull. If you grab Batterskull, it forces them to have to kill the Stoneforge. Manamorphose. Stormwing. Attack for 3. No blocks. Gonna grab a Steam Vents here. Gonna go ahead and grab a basic island, cast the Sword of Feast and Famine. Equip it to the Dragon Rage Channeler. I think I will surveil the monkey into the grave. I don't think I really want a monkey at this point in the game. And then they're more than welcome to chump block if they'd like, but this thing must attack anyways, so I may as well. Okay, you're choosing not. I think the way we lose this game is if they just like have Manamorphose into like a couple darts. So I'm going to just pass on the presumption that I'm going to have to probably snap Charm to counter something my opponent does. Okay, don't really care about Swiss Beer. Don't really care about Swiss Beer. Put in the Batterskull. honestly. Yeah, this is just lethal, isn't it? Move the Batter Skull to the Dragon Rage Channeler. Attack you for 9 with Vigilance. Okay. We got there. Killed our opponent with their 1-drop. We are now 6-1 with this deck. So it looks like our round 8 is starting. We are on the draw with a somewhat poor hand, and our opponent has mulliganed to 6. We haven't had to mulligan very much today, and I'm somewhat hesitant to. Yeah, there's one small difference between the deck list and the Streamlab. I noticed that earlier. It's the Path to Exile in the main deck. The Path to Exile is yeah, no, I think you're right, Jacob. I think I'm winning in. If I don't, then I'm out. The one Path to Exile is supposed to be in the sideboard in place of the one Teferi, so I just swapped those cards. This hand's definitely interesting. It makes all of our land drops, and the Snapcaster Mage is a powerful spell, but it's only powerful if we draw some amount of interaction. I am gonna mulligan. This hand's much better. We got turn 1 Monkey, turn 2 Archmage's Charm if it resolves. It sticks around. Gonna bottom. Probably just a Tarn. My opponent is I9K. As Mora. Okay. Yeah, it's a good thing we didn't keep that first hand because our opponent kept a somewhat powerful one. Okay, we got the Lightning Bolt on turn 1. So. Sure. Yeah, I don't mind. Underworld Cookbook. Underworld Cookbook. Okay, oh man, they've already got the Daredevil stuff going. Okay, we're gonna yield through this turn. Man, the Force of Negation would have been good against at least one of these cookbooks. It's interesting, maybe I should be getting in with the Ragavan this turn. Just trying to hit something. I think I will go ahead and dash the Ragavan. The Nasty Raggy. Cauldron Familiar. I don't think that one's worth casting, because if they kill it, it just goes to their graveyard. Yep, you can make a food. In all seriousness though, I do think this deck is powerful. However, we do have some pretty good sideboard cards for it. Rest in Peace, namely, is very powerful against this deck. Stoneforge Mystic is a good draw too. So, somewhat interesting. We can go Stoneforge Mystic, grab Kaldra, and Kaldra plays really good defense against the sagas. Or we can just Archmage's Charm and steal a construct. But our construct is going to be way smaller than their construct. I think I have to get the Stoneforge down this turn and let it start doing its thing. So cast Stoneforge, go grab Kaldra. And this, once again, is going to be a defensive Kaldra. Okay, they are making a construct. They're probably going to make another construct here in their upkeep, followed by, if I had to guess, go grab a cookbook with the saga, and then they get to start making a ridiculous amount of food every turn because the Oval Chase Daredevil just keeps recycling. You just want red mana on turn 1 for Ragavan. You also just don't want like a ton of mana that deals damage to you. Spirebluff Canal supports the deck wanting to play Ragavan on 1, and then also supports the Bone Shards your Stoneforge Mystic. I think I'm gonna counter this one. And interestingly enough, I think I am going to pitch my Archmage's Charm, not the Jace. Because Jace is like subtly one of our better cards in this matchup. Just simply because of the fact that Jace just minuses on the constructs. Okay, take 10, go to 7. I think we're going to start with a Ragavan attack. Right, forgot about the familiar here. He's probably gonna block this if I had to guess. Yeah, I forgot about Oven Cat. So I think I have to Prismatic Ending the Oven. I know he's gonna get to keep making food, but if there's no way to put the cat back into the graveyard, there's no way for him to continue draining us. So yeah, he's probably gonna go ahead and recycle now. There's not really any reason not to. And he's gonna put us down to 4. Interesting attack. I have to block the construct. Unfortunately, I can't block the familiar. Thanks for the follow, Luna Rush. Certainly appreciate it. The subtleties have been really good against specifically Titan. I've brought them in just a couple of times against other just somewhat aggressive decks, like the spells decks and things like that. Do I want to Prismatic Ending something this turn? I don't think so. Like the worst case scenario for me would be as if they draw another Witch's Oven, exactly, and I think I need to take that off the board should they find it. So I'm going to play this game on the basis of we need to... Okay, they're going to gain some life. Certainly okay with that. There's not enough white cards for this deck to support Solitude. I have not, to answer your question, no, I have not tried it, but I don't believe that there are enough white cards in this deck to support Solitude. I did not want a second Jace. It's one card that I did not want here. I think that if this deck could support Solitude, I would probably be playing it. Card's way better than Subtlety is. Yeah, I don't care about third cookbook. That card's fine. Okay, Island is great. We're gonna start brainstorming with our Jace here. Stoneforge Mystic is pretty great. We're going to put Jace back, Snapcaster on top, and then pass. Generally speaking, you do want to Prismatic Ending the cookbooks, but given that they've already done what they're doing here, it's like it kind of just doesn't matter. I agree with you, Jacob. That's kind of what my game plan is. I'm gonna try and get this. Interesting that I guess they are playing green, so maybe they're playing. Okay, Trail of Crumbs is a way for them to pull ahead. I will almost certainly be Prismatic Ending that. Trail of Crumbs doesn't have, they don't have any way to currently sacrifice foods, so I will just Prismatic Ending the Trail of Crumbs here. And we'll go ahead and brainstorm here again. I don't think I'm supposed to let them untap with the trail. So I'm going to put back Batterskull and Jace. Prismatic Ending the Trail of Crumbs. Actually, let's just use our mana efficiently and let's Snapcaster Trail of Crumbs. Or Snapcaster Prismatic Ending the Trail of Crumbs. Okay, white, red, exile that one. Play this tapped. Say go. And notably, neither one of us, yeah, we are white mana lacking right here, just a little bit. So it's honestly, it's not the first time this has come up today. But you know, for the most part, the Ragavan sort of helps you get out of this bind most of the time. Urza's Saga is a little bit scary. The Germ definitely still helps us get through that. Don't really care too much about the Goose. The thing is here, like, the Batterskull is already on top of our deck, so you don't have to worry about it too much. What I'm going to do is put back the Jace and put back the Stoneforge, because I'm not going to play it this turn. And we're going to play out Raugrin Triome and just play the Monkey. And then here, if they do attack with the construct, I'm going to, yeah, the Saga can go get Oven, but we're gonna start gaining life before it matters. So on this turn, they're gonna be able to make a construct here with the Saga, which seems a little bit scary, but here we get to go Stoneforge, put in Batterskull, equip to the Kaldra and attack with the 9/9 Vigilance with lifelink. Put in Batterskull. And then we'll move it on over to the Germ. They are choosing not to block. We're gonna go ahead and heal them 9 and gain 9. Let's go ahead and brainstorm. I do just want to go ahead and just keep pulling ahead as much as I can. We'll just put Teferi back on top. It kind of doesn't matter. Just keep pulling ahead with as much gas as we can. Just letting the Jace gain us as much card advantage as we can. The amount of foods that they have obviously is going to gain them an absurd amount of life. They can definitely continue doing this. I'm just going to go ahead and... I don't know why I didn't do this earlier. We are a little bit behind on clock now because of... I'm just going to F6 here because there's not anything they could do that... It certainly could be a mod. I mean, like, this deck is playing all modern playable cards, right? We're playing Ragavan, which has proven itself to be powerful enough for modern. We're playing Stoneforge Mystic, which is obviously already playable in modern. We're playing Snapcaster Mage, Jace the Mind Sculptor, and just a suite of counterspells that are all very playable in modern. So I don't see like any reason why this deck would not just be fine and continue to be fine in modern. They're going to go ahead and grab Oven, which seems like a good grab for them because they can continue to block the Phyrexian Germ with the Familiar, but we're going to get to Prismatic Ending. They are going to go grab Asmora. I wonder if they are aware that the Phyrexian Germ is not going to die to Asmora's ability. If they activate Asmora's ability to have this deal damage to itself, I'm going to start gaining a lot of life. They can definitely like pick apart my board here, right? I mean, you know, that's definitely true. That much is true, but yeah, 4th cookbook is fine. Go on, attack me. I think so too. I think we're way ahead in this game. I think it's like not close. My opponent's like all of what my opponent is doing just does not matter against like what we currently have in play. Obviously, like I said, Asmora is going to eat most of our creatures. We're going to lose Ragavan, we're going to lose Snapcaster Mage, we're going to lose the Stoneforge Mystic. But that's fine. If they activate Asmora targeting the Germ, it deals 6 damage to itself. We're going to gain 6 life because this has lifelink. Prismatic Ending the Witch's Oven. Going to brainstorm with Jace. Like even here, like I just kind of don't care about what my opponent's doing. I'm just gonna keep drawing cards. I'm gonna put Jace and so we can go. I'll put Stoneforge Mystic back on top, so we can go Island. Snapcaster Mage for Prismatic Ending, and we'll Prismatic Ending the Asmora. Wow, they chose not to activate its abilities. Attack you for 9, dude. Okay, my opponent conceded. I think they started like they were getting to the point where they were realizing that they were they were getting to the point where they realized that they were not going to win that game. And this just gets better for us post sideboard. We have Rest in Peace in our deck. So Kaldra is pretty good in this matchup, being able to block the commands. Prismari command is okay. You get to answer the construct tokens as well as Underworld Cookbook or Witch's Oven. Those are all fine. Teferi is okay. Teferi is a way to answer Teferi is a way to answer the constructs. Yeah, no, Prismatic Ending's just been like super impressive in this shell. There's not a scenario where I'm just not happy to have a Prismatic Ending in my hand. So super impressed with that card. Cards that you can consider to board in or out in this matchup is like, you could consider Stony Silence because they've got a lot of 1-mana artifacts in their deck. I don't think that's super necessary. I think I would rather have just one enchantment to interact with what they're doing. Prismatic Ending already does such a good job of interacting with that portion of their deck anyways. It kind of doesn't matter. This is a matchup where I want both Kaldra and Batterskull, and then to some degree you either want Sword of Feast and Famine or Sword of Fire and Ice. I think I'm more on Sword of Feast and Famine in this particular matchup. Most of what they're doing is permanent based, so I don't think Counterspell is at its greatest. Ragavan is a card that I typically like to board one copy out of because it's a legendary creature, and this is not a matchup where they're heavy on removal. Like obviously they can kill it with Asmora, but this is not a matchup where this card is going to die on turn 1 regularly. So having multiples of these in your hand can be awkward at times because it is a legendary creature. So I have been boarding out some number of those in these matchups. Jace is pretty good in this matchup. I think it might even just be better than the Teferis. It's between like Teferi and like, we board out an Archmage's Charm, but Archmage's Charm is like pretty solid because it steals basically all of their permanents. To take out Force of Negation. That card's not fabulous in this deck, or in this matchup. I think I'm gonna board out one Cryptic Command because I don't think this matchup is like super about Cryptic. And I'll board out one Force. You do normally, you like want one answer for their turn 1 artifact. So if they're playing Cookbook on 1 or Witch's Oven on 1, you usually want the Force of Negation for that spot specifically. But otherwise it kind of doesn't matter. This is another hand that, you know, seems kind of subpar. Our opponent has kept 7. I'm going to go ahead and mulligan this one. I'm going to keep this and just hope that we hit second land. Yeah, turn 1 Cookbook's fine. They've already got the Daredevil. That would have been good to have on turn 1. We are probably going to, we're supposed to Prismatic Ending the Cookbook, so I'm going to go ahead and grab Hallowed Fountain and Prismatic Ending the Cookbook to shut down those shenanigans. And if they have a second one, we'll go Force pitching Teferi. Yeah, no, to answer your question, Lunar Rush, I definitely think that this deck wants 4 Ragavans in the main deck. The card's super powerful, and like you just want, like in this hand, if we had a turn 1 Ragavan, I would consider turn 1 Ragavaning over killing their Cookbook, because it's just going to pull me ahead so quickly. If he has any removal spell to point at the Ragavan on this turn 1, we get to Force a Negation it, and then just keep pulling ahead with the treasures that it plays every turn. Kind of feels like my opponent needed the Cookbook to stay in play to continue what they were wanting to do. Possibly they kept a hand off of like Cookbook as Mora. And when you draw him and you're on the play, you play him as turn 1. Well, you wouldn't draw him if you're on the play. but on turn, if I'm on the draw and I draw turn 1 monkey, I'm probably playing the monkey. Yeah, I mean it depends on the matchup, but yeah, I'm probably playing the monkey. I'm gonna go ahead and force this. Pitch the Teferi. Land. It's okay, dude. It's okay. I'm on 1 land, my opponent's on 1 land. My opponent's on 2 lands. My opponent's land looks better than mine. Okay. We might lose this one, chat. Okay. So probably just supposed to play the Okay, so somewhat interesting. If they make a construct, untap, make a construct, then their constructs are 3/3s. If we play the Rest in Peace now, then we don't have to worry about them putting like other things in play, but we still have to beat the constructs. I guess we have an Archmage's Charm to beat the constructs, so and a Bolt, obviously. So I'm gonna go ahead and just go fetch Shock and then play the Rest in Peace. You can make a construct. Yes, sir. Yep, 2 constructs. Okay. Yeah, it felt like they may have had interaction there. And we drew Snapcaster Mage, which is not great. Okay. We are dead here, unfortunately. I mean, we can chump block with Snapcaster Mage, but we're not drawing out of this. So we'll go to a game 3. Where I think we'll keep the board pretty much the same. Well, so like we're playing 3 equipments in the main deck, Lunar Rush, right? And 2 of them are living weapons. So, you know, like the only like I get what you're saying. You know, there's it's the density of creatures in your deck is somewhat low, for what would normally be a Stoneforge Mystic deck. But you know, even in like blue-white Stoneblade decks in Legacy, for the most part, the number of creatures that they're playing is like 4 Stoneforges. And then a somewhat light number of other creatures, right? They're usually playing like just a few other things on the side. Okay. So this hand's great if we get to connect with the monkey. This hand is subpar if we don't. If we had 1 more land instead of this Batter Skull, I'd snap keep this. We have the Force of Negation for any interaction that they have, but if they have Street Wraith as Mora, that's the worst case for us. But that's 2 cards that they have to have on turn 1. I'm gonna keep this. My opponent kept 7 as well. Probably just pitching one of the Teferis. So it looks like we're like short on cards in our hand here, but for the most part, that's not going to matter. We just have this way to interact with our opponent's board in Teferi, where we've got a 3-mana Planeswalker in play and a 1-mana creature that's going to continue to draw us cards and make mana. So this one's looking up for us. Okay, Cookbook is good for them. Goose is good for them as well. I think here, okay, given that I drew the land, I think I want to use Teferi to bounce the Goose, draw my card, play the Tarn, and then I have up Cryptic Command. I just want to keep connecting with the Ragavan. Interestingly, I did not know this previously, but Teferi bounces Urza Saga. I just found that out when I went to... Yeah, it's a little awkward for us. Alrighty. I don't remember. Are they discarding Daredevil? Do they have Daredevil in their hand? No, they discarded the Familiar. Duh. Gonna go grab my Triome. Sword's not very good here. They do, in fact, have a Daredevil in their hand. We haven't really had this issue much today, but this is definitely one of the downsides of playing a Stoneforge Mystic deck sometimes, is that sometimes you just draw the equipment when you like really don't want to be having equipment in your hand. Slimy, my record currently, we are 6-1 on the day with this deck. I believe we're in 8th place, so if we lose this, we're probably out for top 8. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Okay. Knew about the Goose, that's the one we put back in their hand. Archmage's Charm is a decent draw. think I'm supposed to take the construct here. Go on, give me that. Yep, that's fine. But specifically here, like, our opponent doesn't really have anything super impressive in play just yet. Okay, they cast the Daredevil. So Cryptic Command is online now, so we can go just tap draw on this turn. We don't really need to protect the Teferi, so if he just sends his attack, yeah, this is game 3. So if he just sends his attack at the Teferi, I think that's okay. I don't really care too much about the Teferi at this point. So I'll let him just take the Teferi off the table. Okay, this is smart from my opponent, choosing to put the Teferi to 1 such that it doesn't ever interact anymore, and then just hitting me for 4. Got another Daredevil in his hand. The thing that really stinks about this is, like, I'm gonna go counter draw, but it don't feel good. Okay, another oven. Yeah. Probably gonna lose this one here. Unfortunately, I don't think there's much that we can do to draw out of double oven plus the cat. So I am going to cast my Batterskull here. They're likely going to attack with their creatures. So yeah, they're gonna put this into play. So I guess my question here is, if we get to actually put the Sword of Feast and Famine, do we stabilize? Because so if I block the Daredevil, I'm going to lose the Germ, presumably. They can sacrifice it to the Witch's Oven, which lets them put it back in their hand. That's fine. But if I take the hit from the Daredevil, I go to 3. They sack Cauldron Familiar to Witch's Oven. They go to they put it back into play. We go to 1. They sack it again. Put it back into play. We go to 1. Yeah, they says okay. We go to 2, then the 1, and then they don't have any way to put it back into play this turn. So we're at 1, and we can equip the Sword of Feast and Famine to the Germ. Attack for 6. We go to 7. And then we're back at a stalemate, but now the Germ has a Sword of Feast and Famine on it. So I think that's my line. So if they attack with both creatures, I'm going to block the Cauldron Familiar. I am not going to block this Daredevil here. Obviously, I'm aware that they're going to sacrifice this before damage so that I don't gain the life. But that's okay. We're going to go to 3, and then they're going to put us to 1 with the Cauldron Familiar. Okay, they're just playing another Daredevil. Cast Sword of Feast and Famine. Play Sword of Feast and Famine. Or, well, equip it, rather. Don't think I'm going to play that. Attack for 6. It's going to be a lot of just, like, baiting me, and then they're just going to have, like, Nature's Claim before damage or something. They do have to discard their last card in hand, which is another Daredevil. They do get to start recycling Cauldron Familiar here. So we're back to 7. This is, like I said, this is kind of where we started here. They do get to start making constructs, which means that the germ can no longer attack for free. Hey, it's Senator. I appreciate the raid. Welcome everyone from that stream. We are currently 6-1 in the Modern Challenge with a pretty sweet Jeskai monkey deck. And we're coming down to a pretty close game 3 here against this food deck. In all honesty, I think I have to bolt the Daredevil here because I don't think I can go to 3 or 2 in this case. They, like, yes, they get to, so they get to sack Familiar here, and they put me to 1 effectively again, but I just don't want to go back to 1. 1 was a scary place. I don't want to go there. Yeah, it looks like a winning in, losing out, definitely. I haven't done the math on it, but Cryptic is kind of an absurd draw here that lets us kill the Urza's Saga token and draw a card. And I think that's what I'm going to do with it. This one. Oh yeah, not gonna get the draw out of that. Maybe I should have just gone tap draw, but I think I need to take it off the board if I can. And here, I think I just want to bounce the goose. Maybe it's correct to bounce like Cookbook. Yeah, I'm definitely drawing the pound. The question is, what am I bouncing? I don't think really any of these cards really matter. I could bounce the Saga, but that feels incorrect. So I'm gonna bounce the Cookbook, I think. No, you don't want to bounce a food either, because then they sack it in response. You don't get the draw. Okay, that card doesn't help us, but we'll hold it to make it look like it's going to. Yeah, no, the thing is, like, I had considered bouncing the Saga, but I don't know that I'm beating the, like, I don't know that I'm beating the second Saga. Like, if he just has another Saga this turn, I don't know that I'm beating that, because I mean, yes, he gets to put a 14/14 into play here, but oh, now he's got a Shadow Spear too. Feels like they're pulling ahead, chat. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna make it to this one. Is that one good, chat? I think that's just lethal, isn't it? We go Shatter the Construct, 2 damage at them. Attack for 6. Am I missing anything? I am missing something. Okay, yes, they get to do the food thing and gain 2 life. So they go to 1. So is it more correct for me to point the shock ability at... Maybe I'm supposed to draw 2, discard 2, and just try and make the Spire Bluff Canal a better card? I bet that's probably correct. So like shatter the construct. So draw 2, destroy target artifact. Blue, green, red. Yeah, I know, we're behind on time, but I got 3 minutes and 48 seconds, so like... Okay, so I think the Archmage's Charm is very clearly the best card in this pile. Okay, they're at 2. Yeah, like this is really close. Do I care about Trail of Crumbs? I don't think so, because it just draws them cards, but it doesn't actually interact with the germ in any way. I think the only cards that I want to do counter at this point is just anything that interacts with the germ, because right now they're dead to the germ. So yeah, he's currently at 2 because he sacked the giant, the construct, right? But he has the option of, instead of sacking the giant, to sacrifice the Cauldron Familiar. And they would have, if they had chosen to, obviously if we go shock you, shatter your construct, he chooses not to sacrifice the construct and leaves the Witch's Oven untapped. And then he activates it to sacrifice the familiar, put it back into play, activates it, puts the cat into play. They would go to 3 life, and then the attack, well, they would go to 3 life, and then the Prismari resolves, they go to 1, right? So he can make 2 mana, activate a Goose, gain 3 life, and then Cauldron Familiar will gain him an extra 1. No, thank you. So I'm gonna go ahead and attack, because the creatures being in play doesn't really matter, but the Rest in Peace probably wraps this game up. It just takes away all of what their engine is currently doing, and they just don't have any way to beat the germ currently. gain 3 life. They go to 7. They're going to 1. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and yield through this turn. So our opponents go. They're not just dead. Well, okay, they're dead if they don't interact, right? But they definitely have draws that can still get them out of this situation, but they need to string some pretty insane things together. Trail of Crumbs, I believe, only reveals permanent cards. So yeah, you may reveal a permanent card from among them, put it into your hand. So I don't know if they're playing like Rex Sage in their deck, but Rex Sage is like one of the only permanent cards that I can think of that interacts with artifacts and enchantments, that sort of thing. I guess they're just gonna try and like gain life out of this and like time me out. So I need to be a little bit quicker on my plays here. Attack for 6. I mean, currently we're behind on time by about a minute, so, you know, I mean, he's playing quickly, but you are correct. He's got a lot more triggered abilities. Foundation Breaker. That's a card that blows up the sword. I'm gonna go ahead and attack, I think, here. Yes, he can like throw something under the bus, but I'm going to yield through this turn. The one way we get punished is if he has another way to interact with artifacts and enchantments. He can blow up the germ, and then we would normally be able to bounce it back to our hand, but we choose to Okay, so the game plan is to put the Kaldra into play, and he can't kill the Kaldra with Asmora. He can't kill the Kaldra, period. Oh yeah, gonna make it lose indestructible. Wow, that's huge. That's way annoying. Make the Kaldra lose indestructible. That is not something that I was anticipating there. I think I am gonna just play the Batter Skull out again. I know like I could like Lightning Bolt here, but I think I just want to try and buy as much time as I can. Heal through the turn. Go on. So this is obviously a blocker that he can shoot down, but that's okay. Like we just get to, he basically deals us 6, but we gain 6, and he's got 4 seconds left. Is this concession lag? Okay, we won the match. This hand's great. Hand's great. Turn 1 Monkey. Turn 2 Stoneforge. Maybe. We'll see. This is one's minor thing to consider about the mana base is that, yes, you can't always go turn 1 Monkey, turn 2 Stoneforge, but turn 1 Monkey I think is strong enough. This is the situation I said, blind, OP, turn 1 Monkey. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. 1000%. I'm jamming this Monkey into play on turn 1. Yeah, the whole point of this deck is play the Monkey, kill the things they put in front of it, and start to interact for 2 mana, for 3 mana, whatever. So the question is, do I want to... I think I'm going to just pass here. Because 2 reasons. 1, I think this could either be 5-color Niv, and if it is, I want to counterspell a Wrenn and 6. If it's not, then like holding up the counterspell isn't killing me, so I may as well. If you bounce the Triome, you smash him with the Cryptic. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that we're gonna do that. You know, that seems a little bit aggressive, but. Are we Abrupt Decaying? Okay, all right. Abrupt Decay is an answer to my otherwise extremely potent threat. So we're gonna go grab Hallowed Fountain, play out my island, and I think I'm just gonna go Stoneforge, and I'm not going to. Just gonna grab a Kaldra. I'm not going to play out the Monkey. Yep, this is still the challenge. We're in top 8 here, so. Okay. Second Decay is good for them. May not have a 3rd land. They do have a 3rd land. I'm gonna dash the Monkey into play. And when we get to hold up double Counterspell or Cryptic Command on this turn. Or we get to play something off their deck. Come on, give me like a Teferi Time Raveler or something. Omnath. Am I just supposed to like jam Omnath into play? Probably not. I mean, like I know everybody in the chat probably wants to see me just jam the Omnath into play, but I'm probably not supposed to because yup, jam. Yeah, I think it seems a little greedy to do it. I agree. Just be patient. Keep drawing cards with Ragavan. Keep chipping away at our opponent. Counter their spells as they come in, you know. I feel like the 5-color Niv deck, if that's what my opponent is playing, which it definitely seems like it is. Okay, so if my opponent is on do nothing for the turn, are we on end of turn Cryptic bounce your land, draw a card? I don't hate it. Probably gonna bounce the black source here. Play out the fetch land, play the monkey for 1. I'm not gonna dash it here. I just want to hold up double counter. Yes, it stays exiled if not cast. So there was definitely a consideration there to actually cast the Omnath. Wow, Nassif. Super appreciate the raid, man. Highly, highly appreciated. Followed by Aspiring Spike. I'm gonna get a ton of followers. I'm gonna have to turn off this notification here in a minute. Huge raid from Nassif. Major appreciation, man. Yeah, so for everybody who's tuning in, we're playing this Jeskai Ragavan deck. It's been a lot of fun to play today. But it's basically just built around, you know, Ragavan being a super cheap threat. You're playing a bunch of counter magic to sort of back it up. Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Nassif. I didn't mean to take the tournament away from you. Yeah, we stole that last round too. It was very, very close. Very, very close game 3 in that last round. Jace is super great here. Get to probably connect with the monkey. He may have another removal spell here, but interestingly enough, it does look like my opponent's on the 5-color Niv deck, but haven't seen a Wrenn and 6 yet, so... Probably just Jace Brainstorm. I don't really think there's a reason to cast the Helix. Just draw some extra cards. Yeah, I'll probably jam the Teferi into play. Put back Kaldra, Sword of Feast and Famine. Play the Steam Vents. And then Teferi uptick. Pass the turn to my opponent. Welcome in, everyone. Super appreciate the follows. Haven't been streaming too long, so this is definitely huge. I really appreciate it, Nassif, for dropping in. I should just bite the bullet and get the foil monkeys. I mean, dude, listen. I'm huge. I'm definitely in for Monkey Pirates. Like, this has got to be my favorite card in the deck at this point. General Ferris Rokorik. This is the first time I've seen this card cast. When you cast a multicolored spell, hexproof from monocolored. So we can bounce it with Teferi. They are dreadboring our Jace. So somewhat interesting here. Are we supposed to bounce the Golem, attack with Ragavan? I think so. Because this, I'm going to suit it up with the Sword of Feast and Famine. Give it pro black and green. And then if he wants to trade here, by all means, we just get to play another monkey. If he doesn't want to trade here, we get to untap our lands and play and take a card out of their hand. So, and hopefully hit a sweet card off this monkey. Second Fairy. That seems like a good one, chat. Sorry, I said earlier, I said pro monocolor, hexproof from monocolored, so. Stoneforge, go grab the skull. Smash the turn. Yeah, grabbing Teferi off of their deck was pretty high power level there. So this next turn we're probably just gonna Stoneforge, put the Kaldra into play, and I have to imagine that's probably going to be good enough. Seems quite difficult for my opponent to deal with a Kaldra. How do we want to board against 5-color Niv? Heroes, Rat, you can find the deck list on the Stream Decker. One thing I will note, I made one small change to the deck list this morning before I registered this deck. So the deck list that you're seeing on screen has a Path to Exile in the main. There is one copy of Teferi Time Raveler in the main board instead of the one Path to Exile. So those cards are just swapped. So I just swapped one Teferi for one Path to Exile. I figured there was probably like, what is up with those counters? This is what Mana Traders gave me, dude. Okay, I'm sorry. I got 3 that were the same and 1 from 7th edition. My bad, dude. Okay, so how do we want to interact with my opponent's Planeswalker huge creature control deck? We could definitely board in Subtleties. It seems kind of interesting. Subtlety answers the Niv Mizzet, Omnath, Renin 6, Teferi. But it's not great. You know, you don't really, like, you really want to be sort of ahead on cards in this matchup. You know, spending 2 cards to tempo out just a huge threat from your opponent isn't always ideal. Definitely feels like a matchup where you don't really want to be super defensive, so maybe Batterskull is not great, and sort of Fire and Ice is probably better. The rest of this seems kind of whatever. Narset doesn't stop the ability from the dragon, Niv. He's going to get to keep drawing cards even though we have a Narset in play. Cut bot for Tef. I could see that. But a Bolt for Tef? Bolt, yeah, okay. I think I'm in for that. I agree. Bolt is like pretty not so great. Yeah, I think the only card that I'm really considering here is like Prismari Command and Subtleties. Narset is like an okay 2-for-1 that they kind of have to deal with. So like these are the cards that I'm interested in. Fawn is pretty good. Ragavan's good. Stoneforge is good. Snapcaster is good. Counterspell is great. Archmage's Charm. Jace. Teferi. I think that's kind of it. We'll take out like... I don't know if that's submitted, but it's close. I may have run out of time there. I was reading chat. I've never had this many people in my chat, so I'm a little bit overwhelmed, I'll be honest. Can't keep this one. We did register. Okay, so we got our sideboard in. Easy submit. Nah, you're good. Okay, dope. We'll keep this one. This hand is good against, so I think I want to keep the subtlety for a turn 2 Ren. And then Cryptic is kind of whatever. As a 4-mana permission, I think I'd rather just top my curve with a Jace. If we can play a Jace ahead of schedule, that seems pretty good. Monkey. You think hold the monkey? You don't want to play monkey on turn 1? I think I want to hold up Counterspell on turn 2. I mean, you're probably right. Oh, I see. I gotcha. Yeah, he's probably I mean, like, we kind of imagine that we've had he's probably having Abrupt Decay there. Just pass here. Hold up the counterspell for a Wrenn and 6 if he's got it. 3 mana Teferi. What do we think? Am I supposed to counter this? My opponent goes no land drop. Utopia Sprawl, my tapped land. I think I'm supposed to counter this. Choose my mana here. There's not a ton of things that they can just play on black anyways. So like just off basic swamp. Yeah, they didn't have their 3rd land drop. Neither do we. Okay, no 3rd land. Probably gonna go back and forth on this here for a few minutes. Okay, we drew ours first, but it's a tap land, so not super great. We can't hold up Archmage's Charm this turn. Okay, no land drop again is good for us. Do we play Jace into probably Dreadbore? I don't think I want to plus Jace. They don't currently have white mana for their lightning helixes, and I think that's their only burn spell they typically play. They typically play like 1 or 2 Dreadbores. Sometimes they play Assassin's Trophies, but I think I'm in on jamming Jace here just to start doing some stuff, and I'm 1000% brainstorming. Jace doesn't have any other modes. Maybe an Assassin's Trophy here. Prismatic Ending, actually, I didn't look at my sideboard very much, but Prismatic Ending is not amongst some of the better cards here. My opponent has conceded the game. I think they went to their draw step. I didn't actually see if they drew their card or not, but I think they went to their draw step and didn't hit a 3rd land again, so we'll see how it goes. We are on the play in the semis. We've got a turn 2 Stoneforge Mystic and a counterspell. This hand seems very reasonable. I'll go ahead and keep this. Favorite basic. I have a couple Guru Islands that I really like. I think that's sort of predictable though. A lot of people like the Guru lands. I'm a big fan of a lot of the Zendikar basics. Feels like an Asmora deck if they're playing Burden Catacombs. No, Luris also points in that direction. Yeah, no, there's a couple like half art lands that I'm a fan of, but for the most part, I like the ooh, Iggy boy. This could still be the Asmora deck. I think Asmora is usually playing like 1 or 2 copies of these. This is Yawg. How does one beat Yawg? Sword of Feast and Famine? That seems powerful against Yawg. Do I hold up Counterspell on 2, or do I just play out my Stoneforge Mystic? I think I'm supposed to jam here. It's not really an opportunity that I'm going to get to do so otherwise. Is this a turn where I'm grabbing Batterskull, or is this a matchup where I want to grab Kaldra? I would imagine that it's probably a Batterskull matchup, but I'm not sure. They are a combo deck, yeah, but they have like ways to interact with your creatures through Yawgmoth, so you know, having a 5/5 indestructible is not necessarily free. I think I'm gonna grab Batterskull. I'm not sure that yeah, I think I agree with you guys. I think life total matters quite a bit against Yawg. Okay, play my land, pass. I Yawgmoth. We're gonna counter with my 7th edition Counterspell, boys. I will not be blocking the Young Wolf. Grab a Steam Vents. Okay, Bolt is not the worst draw. Interesting question here. Am I supposed to bolt the Ignoble Hierarch and put them on second Yawgmoth, no land? I don't hate it. I think I'm in on that. The bolt's not doing much else. I'm going to take some mana off the table. I want you to build this IRL with one of the 7th edition counterspells. Hey, dude. I'll find it. It tilts me so much. I'm sorry. That's all that Mana Traders gave me. I said, give me 4 counterspells, Mana Traders. I'm like, okay, here's 3 of these ones, and here's this mismatching one. I'm playing 4 different counterspells to tilt my opponents. You're a monster. What's your favorite counterspell art? Ooh, I haven't seen this art of Grist. Make a 1/1. I don't know, honestly. Counter spells in general. I'm a big fan of the Days artwork from the Amonkhet Invocations. But specifically the card Counterspell. Not sure. So I think I am going to just attack the Grist with the Germ. Probably gonna block with the Insect if I had to guess. This gets us up a little bit on life, and we're gonna go ahead and just cast our Monkey. Assuming they don't do much this turn, the Monkey's a pretty good draw because the Monkey means that we can, we're gonna get to put the sword into play on instep, equip the Monkey. Monkey has pro black and green. The Monkey gets in for 4 and procs his ability. Okay, Patra's scary. Okay, so Hapatra is not doing anything here. They're going to go grab a Yawgmoth. Put in the Sword of Feast and Famine. Would be ideal if we drew a land. Did not draw the land. Think given that we're supposed to suit up the Germ. Can they kill the Germ if they want to? So I gotta go like sack, put a counter here. No, there's no way they kill the Germ. For a second there, I thought they were paying life for Dismember. I was like, they didn't have any mana. I feel cheated. I guess they're just shrinking the Germ slightly. They want to keep their Grist in play, probably, if I had to guess. Chat, how do we feel about attack them with the Germ? In combat, Cryptic bounce one of these permanents. Which one we bounce is up for discussion, I believe. I don't really care if they ultimate the Grist, right? Because it's gonna deal us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 damage. So I think I'm in for that. Bouncy Yawg. I think I agree. Make sure that I have a stop set on my damage step. Untap. Turn target permanent, draw a card. Okay. Archmage's Charm is a pretty solid one. This is in fact top 8. We are currently in the semifinals. Recast my Yawg. My Yawgy dog. Okay, so we've got them at we can go bounce Yawgmoth with Jace. Yeah, that's got to be like the best line. I had considered going tap and attack. I don't hate that line because Ragavan then gets to get in, but I think this is a better line because this lets us play Jace and hold up Cryptic Command this turn. Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can kill the monkey. Monkey's not gonna do anything this game anyways, probably. I'm gonna attack you and I'm gonna attack Grist. And then just hold up Cryptic. Ragavan never gets in versus Yawg. Poor Ragavan. Counter target spell, draw a card. I think that's the correct line, right? Kind of feels like it doesn't matter. I feel like all roads lead to Rome in this particular game. Cutthroat. Gonna kill off the Jace here. I considered that Asgard. I think Counterbounce Planeswalker is a reasonable line as well. But we drew second Jace, so it kind of doesn't matter, right? Am I just brainstorming? I think I am just brainstorming here. Put back Stoneforge. Hallowed Fountain. And we'll attack Grist. Attack you. I thought Jace had no other abilities. You know what? You're right, brainstorm. Brain stonks. Think I'm okay with Messenger. Comes into play tap, so I don't really care one way or another about that. Just need to counter anything that interacts with anything that interacts with the germ. If I had to guess, this evolution is probably going to go get They're either getting Yawgmoth or they're getting like some way to interact with the germ. They're gonna just like grab a Reclamation Sage or something if they play it. Once again, I wanted to thank everyone for tuning in and giving me all of the follows. I haven't been able to keep up with them since Nassif raided, so huge shout outs to him again. Definitely appreciate it. Against Yawg, Subtlety seems interesting. We're obviously playing against a deck that mostly just wants to try and jam a 4-mana creature into play. Subtlety seems like it can definitely interact there. Teferi seems kind of interesting as well, just on the basis that Teferi can bounce all of their creatures, just because, like I said, this is sort of another example of the dumb summoning sick green deck, right? Turns out Black Green Sword is good against Black Green deck. Yeah, who would have thunk? Okay, so what cards are not good? Ragavan is somewhat poor, but they don't have a ton of ways to actually kill it with removal. I'm okay with boarding out one of these. It's not going to get in a ton of times. It's still a powerful card. I do want some number of them in my deck. Force of Negation is there for their Court of Callings, their Eldritch Evolutions, things like that. Super powerful there. Kaldra is somewhat awkward, but I don't think Sword of Fire and Ice is better than that. So it's like Ragavan out, Rest in Pieces in, Prismatic Ending. Is Prismatic Ending any good? Prismatic Ending doesn't seem very great. I think I agree with that assessment. Prismatic Ending seems kind of subpar. There's no way we're gonna put Prismatic Ending the Yawgmoth. You know what? I bet we're supposed to board out Prismatic Endings for the Path Exiles, because why not board out all the Ragavans? They have so many blockers. Because I like the monkey, man. I don't know. Wasn't Kaldra much better than Batterskull in hindsight? Yeah, I suppose you're right. In hindsight, yeah. Ends up being a little bit better. So, do we want Prismatic Endings to just deal with their 1-mana guys? Probably. Something like this. I guess Subtlety are over Force of Negation here. I would pick Force of Negation over Subtlety. They have a lot more ways to like tutor Yawgmoth with non-creature spells than they do with creature spell, with them like actual copies of Yawgmoth. Like the only creature that matters in this matchup is Yawgmoth. So definitely keeping this hand off the back of turn 2 Rest in Peace. Probably have a bunch of Veils, might want all the Tefs. Maybe they would have. Yeah. Okay, I agree with that assessment as well. Yep, can't do anything about this. So the question here is, are we jamming Rip or are we jamming Stoneforge Mystic? I think the answer is we're jamming Rip because we can counter any non-creature way of tutoring up Yawg, and then also Yawg is much worse when Rip is in play. So I think just getting it down is correct. Jam Stoneforge. think I agree. I'm not sure on that particular situation there. I'm not sure if Batterskull is better than the other dude, Kaldra. Yep, it looks like my opponent's sort of on an aggressive turn my creatures sideways game plan. We've drawn too much counter magic here, but that's okay. I think we're still going to be able to stabilize. Here, I think... Yeah, I mean, it's kind of just awkward either way. I don't think it really matters which one you end up getting with the first one if they have the Yawgmoth. So I think here I am going to grab Sword of Feast and Famine. I think it's likely that they're again just going to take the Stoneforge off the board. Yeah. I think that's the game plan at this point, is to get the skull down and start equipping the Sword of Feast and Famine, so... Ooh. I don't know that I want to, like, just throw a counterspell into a Veil of Summer. But am I beating them without Batterskull? Probably not. Probably supposed to counter this and then fawn their Veil if they have it. No! Get it out of here. Ah! I've been shot, chat. Interesting they took the Sword of Feast and Famine. It's a pretty solid draw. Even if we are, like, kind of behind after the double Veil draw. Veil balanced. Very balanced, bro. Wow, no attacks? I feel so powerful. My opponent did not attack me. Is this a... What is this, like a Nature's Claim? Are we Cocoing in response? Chord. Okay. Archmage's Charm, that one. I know, you just looked at my hand. I didn't have this a second ago. Oh, okay, well that's an awkward one. For the record, I still think it is correct to have Snapcasters in the deck, even post Rest in Peace. But I could be wrong on that one. Not the Iggy. Alright. They gotta have like a, they gotta have like a, what's the, yeah, Disenchant dude. Just like any of them. Rex Age, that's the one I was thinking of. No attacks. Cryptic is a solid draw. Especially now that we have a Snapcaster in our hand that is live again. I think I'm okay with them chumping with the Geralf's Messenger. Yeah, they're gonna do this thing. I think it's smart of them to put the counter on the Stoneforge, because if they do intend to actually kill the Germ at some point, the Stoneforge being able to pick up the Batterskull and then put it back into play is definitely a line that we have. I'm probably supposed to counter this one, right? They just like go off if I don't. Counter draw. Is it counter draw? Counter bounce Yawg? Counter tap, counter bounce. I was going with counter draw. Feel like everybody's all over the place. I mean, if they have Veil of Summer, we draw a card off the Cryptic Command. That's my consideration. Is tap not lethal? No, the Stoneforge Mystic has a -1/-1 counter on it. Bounce Yawg is bad if they have a land. I think I'm in agreement there. I will go counter draw. You got another Undying creature? Hey, had it, chat. So now I'm like dead, right? This just goes infinite. Proliferate. Well, that's a powerful ability. Well, we're not just dead. We are just dead, probably. I mean, I'm assuming they're seeing the line, but you know, we'll see whether or not they get there. They probably are supposed to, okay. Yep. Yep. Okay. We're dead. We died. Yeah, this deck's kind of tricky. I haven't played against the Yawgmoth deck a ton, so I don't really know how to play around it. I'll be honest with you. Okay, so considerations. Teferi beats Veil of Summer. Seems very powerful. Force of Negation, somewhat subpar. Perhaps we're supposed to be on two copies of Subtlety over Snapcaster Mage. We can't cut Monkey. We already did. Cut the Monkey. He didn't make it. They didn't make it to game 2, guys. Yeah, I think I'm in on like 2 Subtleties over 2 Snapcaster Mages. Monkey on the play with all the removal is good. Subtlety gets through Veil of Summer, by the way. Yeah, I'm aware. That definitely seems like a part of the game plan here. If we want the monkeys, we'll do 3 monkeys over some of the more expensive counter magic, I think. Just over the subtleties in general. No, I don't want 3 subtleties. I think subtleties kind of subpar in this matchup. So Prismatic Ending answers their 1-drops, which seems kind of subpar. We just want more answers to Yawgmoth, right? We don't really care about... So maybe this is correct? Something like this? Because Prismatic Ending only answers like their 1-drops, their 2-drops, and then... Yeah, I know it's good Grixis is Undying, but like... Is that really like what we're worried about to get the monkey through? I suppose that's fair. So maybe... Okay, so maybe Prismatic Ending is better than Lightning Bolt. I think I agree with that assessment. You're going to need Ending if you want to get Yawg through, or if you want to get the monkey through. have all the monkeys and all the cheap removal. So let's do something like this. We'll board out one of the expensive spells. I think I'm going to board out one lightning bolt because I think it's probably the worst of the removal spells that we have. And we'll take out just one more fawn. Thought I had more time. I thought I had like 10 seconds left. Can't keep this one, unfortunately. This hand, however, this hand is what we call a fabulous. Turn 1, monkey. Turn 2, prismatic, your undying guy. Get it out of the way. Play my rest in peace. Proceed to kill my opponent with a monkey. Wow. No threat. We had this whole discussion about whether or not we should be bringing in a bunch of removal for like their turn 1 undying creature. And they just didn't have it. I feel bamboozled. I think I'm just gonna go ahead and jam the rip into play. Kind of want to get it down while I can. No, I don't think we hold up Charm this turn. I think they're just going to be like developing their mana. Like, yeah, they're just going to play us Strangleroot Geist here. I just don't really care. And the Rest in Peace just turns this bolt into a removal, into an exile spell. Path to exile, but better. Okay, we did not get a spell from them. Am I supposed to Archmage's Charm myself to draw 2? I don't hate it. I just want to make a land drop this turn. Prismatic Ending is going to kill whatever creature they put in the way. I think I like drawing 2. Hey, 2 land drops. Need to keep drawing some cards with this monkey. Hopefully our opponent, why use treasure for bolt? I suppose I could have untapped and just like given myself more knowledge. I mean, you're technically correct there, yeah. Wow, that's disrespectful. Okay. So if we want the Prismatic Ending to answer a Yawgmoth, we do need a treasure in play. Because otherwise there's no way to converge 4 in this deck. We have not hit much off the top of our own library and off the top of theirs. Their library has given us stone nothing, and our library has not given us much. Did it sacrifice? Okay, sacrifice another creature. So he can't just like fizzle my Prismatic Ending and kill the monkey. So blue, red, green, something. Prismatic Ending this. Ooh. Probably supposed to play Stoneforge Mystic here, right? I don't think Ignoble Hierarch is going to end up doing much for us, so... Stoneforge Mystic. Which equipment are we grabbing? I think it's probably correct to grab sort of Feast and Famine. Just like take some more resources away from them and put a creature into play that's pro black and green. Yeah, I agree. I think it's the sword. This way, even if they killed this monkey with like, if they have like Undying Creature plus Yawgmoth this turn, okay, Yawgmoth. Well, this is just gravy, isn't it? Get to go sword, equip the sword to the Ragavan, attack for 4, make a treasure. That gives us our 4th color to then Prismatic Ending the Yawgmoth. Red, white, green. Yeah. That Veil. Yeah, Veil's not going to do much for him here, so... Nassif makes a good point. He pointed out that if we had grabbed either Batterskull or the Kaldra specifically, way better against Force of Negation, or Force of Vigor rather. So if we're putting them on second Force of Vigor, then perhaps we're supposed to get Kaldra there. Okay, we won that match. I don't think we're at a point in the metagame where people have sort of figured out that blue-red prowess still just like is as good as it once was, and the green-white Heliod deck is also just like super powerful. So, you know, I don't know that we've gotten to a point where everybody's like, okay, I've done cool things with the monkey, I've done cool things with Urza Saga, I've done cool things with all of these cards. Chat. Wait, is this Dredgevine or is this Mill? If this is Mill, we probably lose. No. All this work just to get to finals and then we're just getting swept by Mill. That's disgusting. Nah, I'm not gonna hide hand for last match. If my opponent wants to ghost, by all means. They can be that guy. They can be the guy that got to finals and ghosted for their victory. What do you think about Amulet? I think Amulet's a very powerful deck. Just bring in the whole sideboard. Hey, dude, don't put it past me. Don't lose faith. Hey, man. You know, I mean, just like, it's probably not terrible. It's just, you know, it's probably not great either. I don't have any sideboard cards for Mill, you know, so. Jace the Mind Scrapper. True. We've got some okay sideboard cards. Narset definitely is a good option. I'll finally get to board in my Narset. I didn't board in Narset at all today. Am I supposed to be fetching in response to these mill triggers? Because, like, honestly, he might just mill over my targets here. It's, like, really awkward if they have Arcade Trap, but I mean, like... I mean, I know this is like kind of like whatever, but I'm just gonna fetch here. I am just gonna pay life just so they think that I have a counterspell because the life doesn't matter. No, they had it, chat. Although I don't think it matters. Like I think, you know, opening on 4 or 3 fetch lands or whatever. Like there's not a spot where we're just gonna get to. Okay. So we're Prismatic Ending this one. And then getting in with the monkey. Get on in there, monkey. Oh, we let it go through? Are we gonna become the mill deck? Look at me. Look at me. I am the mill deck now. We got some counter magic. We got some stuff to work with. Okay, game's not just over. Field Ruin's bad one. I'm gonna go get whatever land is left. No. Rip. We don't have any basics left. Do you still have our Steam bins? Am I supposed to steal their crab? Probably not, because they already played their land this turn. I don't think I'm supposed to steal the crab. Like, I get that it just kills me if they just play more lands, but... I mean, I'm probably dead anyways. Like, if they play, like, literally any interaction. Draw 2! I guess I'm taking the crab. Here we go, payback begins. So we're out of fetchables, so this fetch land doesn't actually grab anything. But the monkey keeps making treasures. Draw a card if a card... I don't want to draw 3 cards. I don't want to draw 3 cards. I will not be casting your Visions of Beyond. Okay, alright. Opponent's not doing anything. Hopefully their hand is just all lands. But when would it ever be all lands? In my upkeep, that means I don't get to draw for my turn. Yeah, this matchup seems quite poor. So what do we have? Subtleties. Subtlety interacts with the crab. So there's that. Sort of Fire and Ice. No, yeah, we had like 4 cards in our deck. There was no targets for anything. Teferi seems good. Narset seems good. So like these are the must-haves, right? We're in on 4 monkeys, 4 bolts. I don't think I want Jace in this style of a matchup. I just don't think that Jace is gonna be what matters here. Why Narset? Because they're playing a 1-mana draw 3, and if you can, you know, sort of put that to rest. I agree with I don't want Batterskull. Test of Talents. That's kind of a neat one. Let's take away their archive traps or whatever. Out on Batterskull. I'm in on sort of Fire and Ice, and then I think I'm in on the Narsets. What else do I want to cut for Test of Talents and Teferi, and then possibly Subtleties? Maybe the Cryptics. Cryptics are kind of like the most awkward counterspell we have. Don't want Feast and Famine either. I think you do want... Oh, yeah. We can board up. Yeah, I'll board up. I'll go to 65. Probably need Rip for Drown Surgical. I don't disagree with that assessment. Are we just going up? Are we going to 67? Oh yeah, Prismatic Command also answers the orb. Ah, it's okay. Who cares about land count? You're thinking too hard. Cut Snapcaster Mage. That card's so powerful. You're probably right though. I get the feeling that Gabriel Nassif has probably cast Snapcaster Mage more than I've cast any cards really. Okay. We're keeping this one, right? All right, so he's got the Hedron Crab. In on Steam Vents, bolt your guy. I'm pretty much like 100% getting Kaldra here, right? I think I just want to get them dead as quickly as possible. Are we all in agreement there? Dead them. Eat them dead. Not another crab, no. Chat, I can't die to the crabs. I won't go back. Ah, jeez. He's got 2 crabs. Okay. Put my Kaldra into play. Smack you for 5. Just out of habit, I'm looking at my my life total, when really I should be looking at my deck total. 48 cards to my opponent's 12 life. Yeah, I mean, this lets us play Narset, which is pretty good. Hopefully we can find like a Force of Negation off of this. I think we've got more white cards, so I'm gonna go grab a Hallowed Fountain. Cast Narset. Yeah, they didn't have Trap on turn 1, so... But they didn't have a land last turn, so it feels like their hand is mostly just, like, spells. I'm gonna take the Fawn. Go ahead and activate Narset again here. Please cut these subtleties for game 3. Hey, listen. They're in the graveyard, okay? They gave me +1 deck count. But you are probably correct. I think I'm just smacking them for 5. And I don't think... Maybe I am supposed to play Teferi. Just to bounce a crab. It's kind of like... as good as subtlety will ever be.
You're probably right. It's probably as good as Subtlety will ever be. They were very good against. Oh, bounce orb. You guys are so smart. That's way better. The thing is like, so you could definitely just pass if you wanted to, but the only spell we're holding up here is Force of Negation, and we're holding up Force of Negation whether, you know, whether or not we tap out or not, right? We're gonna get to cast Force of Negation. So here, given that this resolved, now they can't play anything on their instep, and we just get to bounce their orb. What? No, you don't get to do anything on my turn. That's what he says. I must have misread this card. No, not another land. What you got? What you got for the 5/5 indestructible creature? No, I'm aware, chat. That was the joke. I was Suspend. Don't you dare put those words into my ears. Now you've spoken it into existence. You know, I'm not gonna be able to do anything about this, so what of an interesting play. Archive trap you? Are they just on like multiple archive traps? I mean, I'm forcing this one, right? Okay. All right. They knew about the force. They just like they were just on banking on me not having a land. I mean, like they had another turn, right? They get to double block, and then they don't take 5. You know, obviously he has trample, but. Yeah, I mean, assuming we draw land, we're in good shape there. Okay, reassessment time. Jace over Subtlety. Okay, we had Dash Ragavan, so yeah, they're probably dead. Yeah, no, I definitely think Jace is too slow. I like Jace over Subtlety. I don't know. This Subtlety is such a hard card for me to figure out whether or not it's good, because it's like it interacts on turn 1, which is really what I want to do, I guess, but it's a -2, and like I don't want to be super far behind on cards. Path might be better than Subtlety. I don't know. Giving them extra mana is like kind of the equivalent to giving Prowess extra mana. It's usually not what I want to do. It also just like if they have 2 crabs and I path one, it just triggers the other crab. Yeah, I don't think I'm in on Jace. Yeah, no, turn 1 monkey seems great. I agree. I mean, that's kind of where my head's at, right? So like if we go turn 1 monkey, the cards that we have that are interact are like Subtlety, Bolt, and Prismatic Ending. And I think Subtleties may just be worth it. Yeah, I'm watching the timer. I'm gonna win or lose this game off of Subtlety, guys. This whole decision is just like, there's no way. Nassif says there's no way. I'm gonna trust Nassif. We're gonna board out the Subtleties. We're gonna go to 63 cards. And we will run it like this.
think I keep this. Prismari command interacts with the orb. Teferi interacts with other cards. Too slow. I think I disagree. I think this is fine for mill. Kaldra is the name of Batterskull 2.0. The worst part about this hand is that our Flooded Strand is the only fetch land that we have. So like if this was a like a Hallowed Fountain or something, or even a Raugrin Triome. I mean, we can, so if we play Raugrin Triome, we can avoid Archive Trap on our own basis, right? Like if they played Field of Ruin, they have Field of Ruin, so be it. But at least this way we can avoid Archive Trap. Oh, true. You search with Stoneforge Mystic. Honestly, Archive Trap, I'm pretty sure the text on that card is, if your opponent activates the ability of a fetch land, you get to mill 13 cards from their deck. I don't know what you guys are talking about, Stoneforge Mystic activating that. You made that up. Please don't counter this. No. No. My pretty Stoneforge Mystic. Yep, he's got turn 2 drown. Opponent does not have a third land. Okay. What does that mean for this turn? Does that mean I'm supposed to play Teferi, Prismari command on their turn, or Archmage's charm on their turn? Steal the crab, mill them. I don't think I'm stealing the crab. I just like don't care about the crab. Like on my board. Like they missed a land drop, so. I think I'm saving Prismari command for the orb. It kind of feels like they have another counter spell of some kind. And if they have a counter spell, what's the best line? It's probably to play on their turn, but just with what card is. Crab is an 0-2. Yeah, no, so you can, yeah, we can definitely go Prismari command, draw 2, discard 2. I don't hate that line, but, you know, just thinning out our deck by 2 cards isn't, you know, exactly what I want to do with this card. The primary focus of this was to take the orb off the, not the Witchbane orb, whatever the mill orb thing is called. I think I will do it in their upkeep. I think I am supposed to draw 2, discard because I really need a clock. I am going to kill this, and I'm going to draw 2, discard 2. I know it seems a little bit, you know, wishy-washy on that, but discard, Flooded Strand, Island. And this isn't like a great, they milled over our sort of Feast and Famine and our Kaldra Compleat, so we really need a... Okay, they have another crab, played another land, milled us for 3. Prismatic Ending's pretty good here. So I think I'm gonna go Teferi first. If they counter this, so be it. Then we get to Prismatic Ending the crab. Well, we're in good shape, you know, like our opponent definitely has some good mill cards here from this point forward, but they don't have any engines in play at this point. They don't have any crabs, they don't have the orb, so like, it's possible. Yep. This probably means they have an archive trap. Yep, trap me. Visions of Beyond. He draws 3. Okay, so Stoneforge Mystic is a clock. They have surgical here. They've stopped me in my draw step. They did in fact target Stoneforge Mystic, so we have sort of Feast and Famine, Kaldra Compleat left, and then sort of Fire and Ice. So if we go counter this, play Stoneforge, go grab Sophie. Do we still have Batterskull? No, we boarded out Batterskull. Batterskull's in our sideboard. Counterspell that one. Stoneforge Mystic. Sort of Fire and Ice. And this is the game plan, right? See how it goes. Okay, crab means mill for 6. Or crab land, rather. Mill for 6. Do I have any fetchables left? I know I don't have any islands, so there's one Hallowed Fountain in the grave, there's one in play, and the deck plays 2 Steam Vents. There's one in my graveyard, but I think that's the only one. Just double check here. Yeah, there's only one Steam Vents in the yard, so this goes and gets a Steam Vents. We can play Sword of Fire and Ice, attack for 3, kill a crab. And I think that's probably our best line. If they have a counterspell for this, they didn't, but if they had a counterspell for that, it's probably pretty close to game over. A tad bit awkward that we draw a card here, but Force of Negation. Prismatic Ending, not bad one. Okay, a Boro. Ending this. In for 5. Oh, we got a bolt. We got a bolt. I think we might win. I think we might get there. Opponent has a land. I'm supposed to draw 2 with Charm, right, chat? Smack him. Trigger the sword. 2 damage at them. Bolt you, sir. We did it, chat. Clean tournament. That was awesome. That was super, super fun. I knew that when they spoiled that monkey, I was gonna have so much fun with it. Awesome. Awesome. Man. We did it, chat. I'm a little taken aback. I'm sorry for my loss of words. I just want to say I super appreciate Nassif coming in here rating with all the viewers. I really appreciate all you guys tuning in, watching me play this deck through the challenge. It was a ton of fun to play this deck. You know, as I mentioned earlier, it was sort of built on the premise of playing these cheap 2 creatures, Ragavan and Stoneforge Mystic, along with a suite of counter magic. It performed very well today. I played, what was that, 11 rounds at the end of that tournament right there. And we won every round barring a round 3 against Merfolk. So I think if you expected Merfolk to be somewhat popular in the metagame, then you could board more for that. You could play something like Grim Lavamancer, but I don't particularly think that deck's going to be very popular moving forward. I mean, you know, there's a few players playing it here and there, but in any case, yeah, no, I think this deck was a lot of fun. Jeskai Ragavan. I've been dubbing it Jeskai MONKEBLADE. Thank you very much. But Jeskai Ragavan works. I like the monkey a lot. So, okay, so things that I would change about the list. I think the prismatic endings were great. Ragavan's lightning bolts. The counter suite was all fantastic. Everything here was fabulous. Your threats, all fantastic. I think 2 Snapcasters is the correct number. Only things that I would consider changing in the future. These 2 cards right here. Teferi's not... So, like, the reason why I went into... with my original list, this was a Spell Pierce. And then I made it a Path to Exile. And then it became a Teferi. So, this flex slot has kind of changed around a couple times. But Teferi, the reason why I mostly picked it was because dashing Ragavan in this deck can be a little bit awkward sometimes. So if you can get to a board state where you play Teferi and bounce your own Ragavan after dashing it into play and then playing it, you know, just so you can untap it with the next turn, that's kind of the thinking of it. It did not come up at all today. So take that as you will. That was just my thinking behind it. And then the 1 cryptic command, I think 2 cryptics is fine. I don't really think you need 3. It's the most expensive counter magic in the deck, so I don't think it's super necessary. The subtleties are like definitely the most awkward card in the sideboard. Rest in Peace Stony Silence is there for Asmora decks, and the sorry, what's the play with Teferi Ragavan? So it's you dash Ragavan, he has haste, but he has to go back to your hand, so you pick it back up and then you play it, so that way he doesn't go back to your hand, and you don't have to spend 2 mana next turn. You just get to play him that turn, right? But you have to have some mana in play, you have to have Teferi already in play, so just my thinking on it, it's not super relevant. Stony Rest in Peace are there for the affinity stat / Hollowvine decks. So I think these are must-haves. They don't necessarily have to be Stony Silence. I was just most impressed with Stony Silence against the affinity deck specifically. Just like shutting off all their lands, just like pretty clean sweeps, cleanly sweeps them. Subtlety was good in exactly 1 matchup, and that was Titan, where you would expect it to be good. I walked away with a match very cleanly against Titan with Subtlety, but otherwise, yeah, not super impressed with the card. It's kind of awkward. There was a couple cute plays where like I subtletied my opponent made them put a creature, like I did this against the Prowess deck one time where I did board in Subtleties because they felt more heavy on one drops. Like he was playing Swift Spear, Soulscar Mage, the Channeler, and Delver of Secrets. It was just like very dense on one drops. So I was like, I'll bring in the Subtleties for this matchup. And I didn't bring in all three. I brought in like one or two. I don't remember exactly how many it was, but I ended up Subtletying a creature of his back to the top of his deck and then dashing Ragavan and taking it. So that's a cute play that you can make. But yeah, otherwise Subtlety kind of subpar. Not super great. So I think that's pretty much all I'm gonna do for tonight, guys. I really appreciate everyone tuning in. Thanks again to Gabriel Nassif, Yellow Hat, for rating me, giving me this many viewers. Like I said, I've never had anywhere near this many viewers, so definitely appreciate it. Appreciate everyone with all the follows, open chests. No, listen, I'm not a degenerate, okay? I know some of you guys out there are just, give me all the chests, let's get them open, let's see what I get. But nah, I'm not gonna open any chests. So maybe next time. In any case, like I said, I'm gonna go ahead and put this deck away. I think, you know, you know, today's tournament went very well for me. If there was a tournament next weekend or like, you know, tomorrow, I don't know that I would play this deck again because this meta game, this particular subset of games that I played was very well suited for this deck. I played against a lot of blue-red Prowess, and I'll say the number one card that was most impressive against blue-red Prowess was Prismatic Ending. There was exactly one match where I played against a Murktide Regent. My opponent waited and waited and waited, and then played Murktide Regent. And one was a 9/9 and one was a 5/5 or something like that, right? Because he had a couple extra instant sorceries that he dealt with the second one, right? And my hand was double Prismatic Ending, and I died very, very quickly to those creatures. So that was one of the reasons why I wanted Path to Exiles in this particular deck, is just answers like to creatures like such as that one. And yeah, so the Prismatic Ending was awkward in exactly one spot. Otherwise, super, super great in the format. I think it's a great addition to the format. It's definitely one of the more impressive cards that I've seen from Modern Horizons 2 so far. So, I'm gonna need you to fulfill my gambling addiction. I'm sorry. You know, hopefully you can find some other way to itch that scratch. Penny. Yeah, no, I think I've said this a couple times. I'm sorry. I'm sort of again, I'm at a loss for words. I've never had this many people in my chat, so I really appreciate everyone for tuning in. I am gonna go ahead and close stream now because I am mentally exhausted after playing 11 rounds of Magic and a little hungry, so I would like to go grab some food. Again, for those who are interested in tuning back into my streams, I usually stream on evenings and during the week. I'll stream on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And then on weekends, I'll play in the challenges every now and again. So I really appreciate everyone tuning in. Thanks again, Nassif. Thanks for everybody tuning in and all the follows. Super, super appreciate it. And hope you guys have a good rest of your day.